Yo, yo, yo. How's it going? I started streaming again just now, mostly because I realized I get paid doing this. I was like, what the fuck? I got a check from YouTube, and I was like, what the fuck? It wasn't even bad. So I was like, all right, I guess I'll start streaming again. You know, guess I'll talk to you motherfuckers. All right, so today, what I'm doing is, well, I'm showing you a little project I'm working on. I'm also going to just work on some features on it because I really like the idea of, let me not show you this. I really like the idea of making games because, well, a little background about myself. I was a software engineer for a long time. Now I run a business, and the business revolves around basically building shit for people. And also we have products we're working on. And I saw this, a lot of people making games in AI, and I was like, huh, why don't I fucking do that? Like I'll see people that don't even know how to make games. And by the way, this is like how I got into coding anyway. When I was a kid, is I used to make all these games, and I remember I had this YouTube video called "How to Make a FPS in Blender," and it was horrible. It's terrible, uh, but it was something that it was kind of popular, and it got me a little bit in the scene. And I remember it's actually part of the reason why I used Python in the first place, because Blender used to be Python oriented. But fast forward now, you know the corporate system kind of destroyed that part of myself. So now I have to do it via side projects, because who makes money making video games, right? That's making money making video games is for freaks. All right. So let me actually go through a little bit of what I'm doing here. So I have this concept. I'm just working on the concept right now. I think it'd be fun. So bear with me. I understand it's not perfect, right? So I have this idea of possibly making, this is my beta concept, where it's pretty simple. And no, even though I'm using cursor, this isn't all vibe coded. Yeah, it's so funny. The idea of vibe code, my process on how to make the game and how to use AI to help you and all that. So the fundamental of this super simple game, looks like fucking weird. The Giants fucked up. All right, this Giants gonna kill me. But the fundamental of it is I wanted some playground so I can test this functionality right here. So I have this thing called Blue Creator. In the game, you collect this item called Blue, and as you kill these monsters, it's a day-night cycle. At every night, there's another giant uh, that you have to kill, and you collect this blue so you can create new weapons, because different monsters have different strategies to kill them. And so let's say I want an assault rifle, black assault rifle with. Let's hope this works. I'm gonna try to work on this system this stream to try to get the weapons generating right. And I'm gonna fix up a few things. As you can see, a lot of things like the giant, his animation was off. His whole body's fucked up. But yeah, I'll show you my process for doing this, because this is like pretty quick. Like AI does make things better, guys. Oh, nice. So like, I don't know if you can tell, it is red scope. It's not powerful. Actually, it is powerful. Nice. It does have a red scope. That's cool. It's black. I need to get it a little more detailed. So let me show you how it works. Let me show you how it works. So basically, hold on a sec. I'm working on procedural generation stuff. Let me go to this. So basically, the way this works is in that form. So as you collect the blue in the game, you get a certain amount of blue that you can use to generate weapons, and it works basically in the game, I set it up so you have, I call them potentials, but every weapon has stats. So like force, speed, weight, balance, mass distribution. That's going to, change your balance as you're moving, acceleration, recoil, reset time, yada yada. Reset time's like how fast it is. That's another thing we can work on today. But basically, fuck, am I showing you? No. But basically, what happens is first I have a prompt. This is all in Three.js. First, I have a prompt that'll generate the stats based on the user's description, and then after that, and this, it's like it took me a bit to get this working well. I'm like getting PTSD looking at this. I essentially tell it to generate a three group. So in Three.js, the way when you're making items, you use uh, essentially these. You're essentially a game. Three.js, all it does is it lets you manipulate vectors, right? Whenever we talk about 3D libraries, it's sort of a way, especially in WebGL on the web, it's a way for us to manipulate vectors, matrices, and do that in a high performance way. That's what unlocks vision. That's what unlocks 3D in software. So here, where's the definition of it? Oh, this is just an example, right? But pretty much, I tell it to create a group and to return it and to code it similar to these ones I already have, and basically just tell Claude to code the weapon. And there's a few parameters. I have to tell it the rotation of the camera, information about the camera, so that it's aligned properly. But yada yada yada. Long story short, it generates me a function that I use further down the line. After the agent gets created, I get the three group in this weapon model, and I have two different categories for weapons. So you can actually generate melee weapons. Like melee system kind of sucks. You can see it's like fuck, the animation's fucked up. Also, the game mechanics are at a. I started working on this like a fucking week ago. Okay, so give me a bear with me, right? And I have like a career, okay, but but basically, the melee is similar, but the game mechanics and the potentials are different for the weapons. Um, but yeah, so it has it knows the category of it, and after you get the category, it adds it to the inventory system. Um, it defines the projectile. If it didn't generate the projectile, that's like the bullet, obviously, and that's basically it. So let me go to the add weapon is. This took me a while to kind of figure out because I want it to be this dynamic where as I create weapons, you add the model, but you also just add these stats to it, and then they just work in the game. I couldn't just ask Cursor to do this. I've tried. Trust me, I've tried. I've tried to just ask Cursor to do everything. Doesn't work. And even, what's funny? Even, and I could talk through a little bit about why it doesn't work to do that. But even the, hold on a second. But even the, hey, what's up? I gotta get the chat up here. What's up, Mike Typebeat? How's it going? Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. But basically, the, hold on a second. Okay. Okay. Where am I at? Okay. So I got a little confused. All right. So, but basically, um, yeah. So you can define the animation range. So this is, I don't even know. I forgot if I actually implemented the animation range. But either way, all these stats are going to go into the game, and then these stats are going to become like the weight. It's going to make it slower to walk with the weapon. And we have to make this right now. It's generating weapons. As you can see, we generated this little assault rifle. But and the more blue you use, the stronger the weapon is. So we got to work on those mechanics. Today's going to be a game mechanics day because you got to get the mechanics down right. That's what I've found is that you got to get the mechanics down right and the system down before you start like escalating in terms of design. Not an expert on that, but that seems to be intuitive, and that's how it works with general software, which I am, I guess, an expert on. Is that that's why people always say, in terms of like back end and front end, people always say you sort of have to, get your designs first and yada yada, but really you have to understand the business logic first, it's kind of similar in game dev. Either way, this add weapon function runs, and basically we set the position, we add it to the scene, we make it not visible. No, we make it visible, and this entire function is supposed to be, we update the weapon button. Um, I want to show you. Yeah, we create the model. So this is basically taking everything we got. Where's the model? Hold on a second. Yeah, this part. So we get the model that we generated from Claude. That's the model I'm using, and we're getting that into this weapon object, or we're falling back to a default weapon that we have. As you see, we have these like default weapons, right? It's an axe. Looks kind of like shit, but 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 long story short, we're trying to make this fully dynamic so that you can just basically add a config to add a new weapon. And the reason why is to make the prompting easy for us. And this is largely done, right? But I'm just sort of explaining it to make the prompting easy for us. So I can say, just give me this JSON object. I'll figure everything else out. So the AI, it's better to use AI to assist you when it comes to generating things, especially when you have configs, because you can have more control over your code base and make things dynamic, which is what we want to do. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. The entire weapon inventory is generative. I have some default weapons like this axe and this like the rifle, the sword, but we generated you got to rewind, but we generated the assault rifle here. Oh yeah, I got to give them names. Yeah, there's a random name. Oh well, and we're also all these stats work, but we gotta double check because they work. Like I know the speed works, the damage obviously, the weight works, but the balance is not. I don't think that's actually working. Last time I checked. All right, so let's go and yeah, making games is fun. Yeah, I'm back on YouTube because apparently I get paid doing this. I was like, well, fuck this shit, these fucking nerds. I gotta entertain a bunch of losers. Am I kidding? No, I think I'm kidding about that. I'm kidding about that. Because if you're a loser and you're watching me, that means I'm a loser. You know, because we entertain, like the people who find you the most entertaining are the people like who are more like you. You know. But deep down, I'm a loser at heart. I'm like that song. Anyway, so um, let's first just look at some shit that's fucked up here and try to fix it. Well, I guess that's that happened. Hold on a second. I don't want this terrain shit. I was trying to do procedural generation. I got to go back. I was trying to see if Cursor could just figure it out, and it just didn't. Yeah. It's too slow. Let me Sometimes I'll be like, "Hey, cursor, can you just figure it out?" And it just doesn't. And Three.js is horrible when it comes to things like procedural generation. Um, because like I said, like I was talking about WebGL and like, matrices and all that. At the end of the day, it's not good. It's not ideal for that. So like anyone, beware, be very wary. Um, hold on a sec. When you use it, I think it's great, and like I can show you the game engine we have set up here. Um, but there's a lot of, I think this is, yes, but there's a lot of, yeah, this is it. Is it? This is still slow. That's no, this is it. Just trying to find the last checkpoint. Oh yeah, we got to change the speed lines. I don't know if you noticed that. It's fucked up. All right. Anyway, so what was I just saying? Oh yeah, be very wary doing it because it's single threaded, right? JavaScript is single threaded, and you can't really, from like for instance, the 3D geometries, the 3D geometries we have here, and the meshes and the three groups and all that, the collection of geometries, we can't really offload that to web workers. It'd be nice if someone has like a really foolproof way of doing that. That'd be great. But like it'd be nice, but let's see, bro got Gambino and yeah. I'm a man of culture. Has a 3GS is a pretty deep community on Twitter. Really cool stuff, dude. I love 3JS. You're the shit. I'm gonna at you on this video. I won't say anything too bad, so you can retweet. 3GS is great. 3GS is great. All right. Yeah, we gotta fix that. We gotta fix that. Only I know that I'm like the game's not fully on the screen. The Giants all fucked up. Look at the Giants all fucked up. We gotta fix that. Gotta fix the speed lines. The speed lines I'm actually not gonna fix. You can sprint, as you can notice. I'm not gonna fix that. I think I'm just gonna remove that right now because I kind of just did that really quick, and I don't. This is not like a thing that is important to me. It's not something I'm like super into. Let's see if that. Hold on. Is it me or? Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. So I went back a checkpoint. This is so dumb. I went back a checkpoint and it like undid it. Dude, this is why cursor, even though I love it, it's really cool. Sometimes it is a bit of a pain in the ass. Let's see. Okay. Let's just see. Yeah. Now no more speed line. It looked really funny. I want to add it, but maybe I'll find like a better way to do that. I'm not going to do a lot of design shit like that right now. I need to figure out a ton of stuff. Like we need to one, make the swords, the melee weapons, like not shitty. The animations, whatever, but you can see. I'll show you. It's just a basic issue with the combat. So like, I killed the guy, but I don't know if you know, but I just lost like 60% of health, and it's mostly because the animation for these guys. I have an idea about what to do about the melee, but yeah, and you just can't with the giants. You just can't do anything about that. But you have to use the guns with the giants basically. But I gotta change the way it is because they dart at you, the bad guys, and we gotta make it so like once you're in their range, so there's a detection range in which they start following you. that took me a little bit to figure out, but the detection range is when they start following you, and then the range where they attack you is a different range, and then it's just this dart forward, which is fine. Oh yeah, so this is another thing I set up. Is these monsters are also in a config. That's what I'm telling you. Doing it the config way. All right, see you, Mike. Um, but yeah, doing it the config way is the shit because what I mean is like making your code, you know, configurable and modular is what I'm talking about. I'm not making your code like you should be able to, in the same way, I think the way people are prompting LLMs right now shows how people should have been coding for a long time. Like there should be a very like, and I don't mean Java, but there should be a bit of a like linguistic, intuitive way to interact with your code bases. Um, you should tackle issues by updating configs for the most part. Um, I mean, that's a loaded statement, but for the most part, you should. I believe that for the most part, for day to day stuff, you shouldn't be writing a lot of business logic. That means things are probably set up wrong, and you're getting overpaid. Anyway, so the monster config, we have these things like the hitbox defined, the size, the health, the attack, the melee. They're gonna have range attacks. I didn't do that yet. They're gonna have range attacks, the frequency of the attack, detection area, yada yada. All these things super important. The appearance, right? The scaling. So yeah, they get every day they get harder. That's a thing. I got to figure out how to do that best. Yeah, I got to figure that out. Yeah, the patrol radius is different than detection area. But anyway, so yeah, you guys want to look at game loops? Game starts with the game loop. God, it's such a fucking long. This file is absurd, absurd. Well, let me actually show you like the initial file here. Okay, so basically, when we initialize the constructor, okay, but when we initialize the game, very simple. You can kind of like if you want to make this is a general game thing. This is not just a game thing. This is anything that requires rendering, right? Like that's why I like the concept where some guy on Twitter was like, everyone's basically just making a game engine, a database, or a compiler, and I love that because it's kind of true, but it's one of those bro truths that I really like, where it's like not really true, but you can say it enough that people will understand it and they'll be able to proliferate the truth. It's not true, but in the way it's communicated, if you say it with enough confidence, people will be able to do their jobs better. Okay, so but the reason why I think it's interesting is because the frame rate, the repeated rendering of state that's getting updated in some runtime that's live, the living nature of a runtime, like that's very much what a game engine is. And you can kind of see it here where we define the scene, we define the camera, the renderer, the clock, yada yada. These initial states. This is very class oriented. I don't use entity management here because like I just don't. It's also like way easier to, especially with cursor. It's way easier to just be like, hey, make a class for this. Um, but maybe it's my own bias, right? Um, Anyway, so the we initialize the game right here. We define the camera. So the camera is the player, basically. So like that's the thing we need to revamp here a little bit. Is it's hard to iteratively work on features here, like especially when trying to tell cursor to do stuff, because the concept of the player and the state of the camera are like coupled right now. You know, it is what it is. I'm sure, like it'd be cool if like a legit game dev dude could kind of go through some of those concepts. I definitely benefit from that. But anyway, the render is like the where the meat of it. The renderer is partially why we have a slow fucking game, right? Like a Mac computer can run like anything. I'm not anything at this level of graphics, right? Like it can't run. It's absurd the level of graphics, even like 20 years ago with PS3, right? What we have here isn't even close to that, right? And we're getting things to be slow, and it's mostly we could code it better, but the real issue here is because we're not operating in a multi-threaded environment, right? So that's one of the drawbacks I've been finding with Three.js is it's not multi-threaded, right? Like there's not really a way to get around that, you know. Like that's the real limited. The browser isn't even limited because the browser can do like WebAssembly is great, right? Um, but like there's no the limitation of your computer isn't related to this. This is a software problem. Um, but yeah, anyway, so the weapon system, yeah. So we have these different systems. So the weapon system is what I was showing you, where we add the weapons, projectile. Should probably merge that, but we create the world, create the terrain. So the terrain is a little bit more related to what's rendered in the world, the clouds. So we have this day night cycle. Oh yeah, the update. So game loops is basically what the game loop is, right? This is the core of it right here. And these animation frames are basically kind of like taking our frame rate. And then the animation method is somewhat like triggering all of that. Okay. And then the drops. These are our items. But anyway, so like the items that drop that we can pick up, which is just the blue stuff now. Yeah. Oh, let me just we gotta fix like the giants, and is kind of annoying. Yeah, so pick up the blue. Okay. And then so we use this blue to generate the weapons, right? And we describe it here. And the higher the amount of blue, the stronger the weapon's gonna be. The stronger these stats are gonna be on the weapon. So all right. Now let's work on stuff. I feel like I was trying to explain something else and I just went on a whole like thing. Okay. The weapons, yeah. Maybe we should work on the melee weapons actually. But let's see if there's anything wrong with this. Okay, can you generate a let's do like a something, just do something simple. Let's do like red sword, the blue handle should be very fast. But that's another thing. I don't know if it's gonna actually make this fast. Oh, shit, I should have used more of the blue. Yeah, we gotta tell it. Yeah, in the prompting, we gotta tell it the min and max that we want. That's what I didn't do. I only showed it one example in the prompts. Yeah, it's gonna be fucked up. Let's see. Well, it's fucked up for one reason. You could probably see, well, two reasons. You probably see what's going on here. It's like, yeah, it did do the model of it, but the problem is it's positioned poorly. And also the animation was fucked up. And it's not fast. But also, why is it not fast? I think it's not fast because we didn't use a lot of blue. So that's my bad. But let's fix the, I think that's happening at the blue creator. So this is z-axis for the cameras in relation to the cameras forward. So what do we have? Let's do, I think that's right. Oh wait, I'm doing the range one. Fuck. Just put it the same where it should be the same, right? I changed this a little bit, but it should mostly be the same because it looks a little weird when the sword's high. Okay. Kill some people. We gotta make, dude. The guns are too OP in this game. It's not fair. Okay. Can you make a red sword with a blue handle? Oh, it'd be so cool. It'd be so cool if these like you know what we should have? So the patrolling, you know what we should do? We should make the patrolling hold on. What the fuck? Well, it's positioned right, but you can see the problem. So this is this is what the fuck? All right. You can see an issue there. That's just because Claude's fucked up. But you know what? It did all this. I need to tell it. I thought I told it the proper positioning of everything. It couldn't be hallucination. The model's too good for that. Like it just doesn't have enough information. Yeah, it doesn't. The handle, the guard. Yeah, the guard's fine. The handle's fine. The pommel's fine. The edge highlight. I think the edge is what's wrong. Yeah. Wait, where's the blade? Blade shape. Blade position. Yeah, it's this right here. I need to just tell it. I thought I told it not to do that. That's interesting. You gotta just like really emphasize that. So yeah, I said it right here. Don't do this for any. Let's see. Blade. Well, doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter what the content for any of the weapons. Whoa. When this was done, the hammer was. Autocomplete's fucking annoying. I don't even care. I don't like autocomplete. I like just using the AI. Like I don't even like autocomplete. Is like really pisses me off, honestly. Uh, let's see. The fuck? Who the fuck is this? Who are you? Oh, is that Will? Will, you're still alive? At first, I was like, do I need to ban someone in the chat? I get venomous. All right. But hammer handle. Yeah, it should not do that. All right. Let's get this going again. Whoa, what is? Oh, you know what's happening? This checkpoint's fucked up. Let's see, redo checkpoint. I just want to go all the way back. Keep it this way. How do you do that? Oh, I see. I see. I just redid it. I don't want to do that. It keeps like undoing my redo checkpoint when I save it. Maybe I just exit out of this. And just do a new chat. Yeah, I think that should do it. Okay. All right. Let's figure this out again. So first, let's get some blue. Let's generate. Can you generate me a red sword? The blue. The difficulty here is it needs to understand the scene, but it doesn't, like, it shouldn't need to understand a lot of the scene. I do give it the positioning of the camera, but that kind of doesn't matter. I really just need to tell it the Z and the X. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna do that. And the Y. I mean, it should know the Y, but it needs to know the Z and the X, because the problem is it keeps rotating shit. Okay, it did it that time. I did it that time. Animation's fucked up. Animation's slow. Oh, you know why? It was slow because we just didn't use a lot of blue. Yeah. So let's actually set up some. Let's see. We need to give it this some standards, because it doesn't know how to generate the, like, just for context, like the speed of this is 0.1. The speed of the sword, because all of this, the stats like are in the game. The sword's way faster and the speed's 2. We need to make sure that it, like, when I tell it to make a sword, I understand that I only we add blue, which is like the economy of the currency of the game. The more blue we add into the sword, the stronger it's going to be, right? So if we add a ton of blue, it should go. The sword should be way more than the default sword, right? In terms of speed and strength. So we need to tell it the defaults here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see, weapon stats, standards. So definitely not. So melee weapons. Let's actually say this: an average melee weapon should have. It's actually correct. It's actually correct. 30 to 40. Yeah. No magic weapons. For the range weapons, it should be have a force of, let's see, 10 to, I don't think that's correct. No, that is correct. Yeah, it should be a force of 10 to 20. Is this all right? Yeah, this is actually true. How does it know that? Oh, because I pasted the sword, right? That makes sense. Okay, uh, that makes sense. So when I say average 50 blue, oh, does this get the amount of blue? Yeah, it does. 50 blue is average. Is it? Yeah. Blue is below average. Okay. Let's see if that makes it better. Let's get some blue. Okay. Day and night cycle. Oh, we got some metalness on the grass. Doesn't look good. There's also roughness. No, it's metalness on the grass. In textures, metalness just means it fucking looks like metal. But actually, I don't think that's the problem. I think it's probably the roughness of it. I'm gonna guess. Uh, okay, so to make this, let's use 73. So this should be like a stronger weapon. Let's get like a. What happens when I say an RPG with the? Is it gonna? It's gonna fuck this up because it shouldn't be able to do like super complicated weapons, but an RPG with a. Iron with big. Okay, with iron sights and let's see, black rings around the body. Let's see, a blue RPG. I don't know if we should break it to figure out how far it can get, but I don't think it can do anything that crazy. Let's see. Oh, Twitter's it's not on Twitter? What the fuck? Oh, hey, what's up, Potates? Oh shit. Hey, what's up? Nice to see you, Potates. Nice to see you. Let's see. Oh shit, I think the RPG worked. It's so slow. Is it? Hold on a second. Yeah. Okay, so the speed of it. Okay, the recoil time is actually working. The reset time. Yeah, we got to get some procedural generation. Um, why are we so fast? Oh, because the weight of this is like, yeah, it needs to know to not make the RPG. One, the RPG needs to be more in the screen. I mean, it's fine because like this is accurate to the other weapons, but like I want to see more of the gun. Like you guys can't see, but in the 3D viewer, the inventory viewer, like the RPG is big. Um, let's see. So the weight of the weapon should be based on the size of the weapon. RPGs are large. Daggers are small. It's like, you know, axes are large. You know, uh, katanas are small, right? Right? Like, do I need to tell the fucking the basics of how shit works? You know what I'm saying? It's like this is small. This is small. This is this is big. I need a banana for scale for the LLM. It's so funny. Uh, okay, so let's go and yeah. So yeah, let's actually after we do this, let's we fix this up a bit. Let's I think that's enough. Well, we gotta make the running look better, but let's work on the giant. The giant looks like it needs to look better. Like the giant looks fucking weird. Um, clearly the something wrong with the rotation of I mean, we gotta just redo the. I just like I asked ChatGPT to just like design me a giant, right? We want it to actually kind of look good. Okay, so generate me a yeah, let's do an RPG. An blue RPG. Did it do the black rings? Rings around the body and sides. The damage should be. I gotta tell it the damage too. You gotta tell it the damage too. Isn't it, dude? Games are so fun, right? And LLMs make it so much more fun. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? Now that I got some free time, because getting some things automated. Now that I have some free time and I can start streaming again, because apparently I get paid. Dude, YouTube paid me for this. And I was like, oh shit, I can get paid. I'm gonna start selling dating courses. I'm gonna start selling dick pills. But after the dick pills, let's make a AAA game. I need some. Maybe no. I'll use the money from the dick pills to make a AAA game. I'll use that because the economics of just selling like AI software is like not. I mean, it's fine, but depend if it's meme worthy, it's better. The economics of games is really good, actually. Let me, dude, yeah, okay. I gotta sell some dick pills first. Gotta sell that. Dating course is better. I think a dating course because everyone wants short term things. So, like, what's some short term pleasures? What's some short term pleasures? Let me think. Oh shit, yeah. Oh, two problems. It didn't make it heavy. One, it didn't. Hold on a second. Let's see. Lighter is better. Well, the obvious issue was we're kind of in a weird spot because we kind of used a lot of blue. We kind of used a lot of blue for that. Yeah. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. All right. Drugs. Yeah, I could sell drugs. Yeah, we should sell some stuff. 'Cause, yeah, let's make a AAA game. Why not? I'm a big dreamer. I got big dreams. That's why I'm successful. You just gotta dream big. A lot of people, you don't dream big enough. Okay, do we sell the drugs first, or do we make the game to sell drugs? Hmm. That's the big question. Yeah. Oh wait, I refreshed. I gotta see why. So it still did the maybe the rings. I wasn't clear about that. There's a chance I wasn't clear about the rings. There's a chance I wasn't clear about that. And yes, this game is not, it's designed that well. Gotta start somewhere. We're working on the mechanics right now. But let's see. Can you an RPG? Any designers out there? I can sell a game. Hit me up. I'll pay you. I got resources, and I can code. I actually do need someone to make some assets. I need a designer in general for a client, by the way. But I also need yeah, no, yeah, the drugs come with the purchase of the game. Yeah, let's not do rings around it. I think I got confused. With the body wrapped. No, that's just weird. That just sounds weird. Okay, let's make an RPG with. Can it do this? A body. Is it gonna do what that looks like a dragon? Is it gonna be able to figure that out? I don't think I can figure that out. I don't think I can figure that out. But yeah, we gotta. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, basically, because yeah, like, dude, honestly, I don't like making like it's cool building shit and like getting paid. It's nice, and I'm mostly manage now, so it's oh shit, oh shit. We actually got shit an error. But dude, it would be so fun making money just making games. Now that apparently YouTube pays me, so maybe I can just make games on YouTube and get paid for that. YouTube, thank you for the money, by the way. I'm technically getting paid by the deep state now. I'm getting paid by the Jews. How do I feel about that? I mean, you can't be perfect, right? No, really, so when YouTube pays you, they send you like, they send you a small hat. Like he comes to your door. You guys know that? Yeah, basically, when you get paid, they send over. He does a little dance, and then he bows, and then he tips you. Basically, it's pretty. It's pretty funny. I try not to laugh because there's also just a giant security guard behind him. But you know, the whole thing was odd. The whole thing was odd. Let's see. So the error actually kind of doesn't matter. I'm going to try to look at what it is, but it matters that it happened. And what I mean by that is it matters that we have situations where the player did I lose blue? I didn't lose blue, which is cool. But we have a situation where the player player. Hold on a second. Where is it? Why are there so many logs? I gotta delete all of this. Oh, got you. It was in the okay. This is actually So this is not the error I thought it was. Wait, it didn't even. Okay, so this is like it didn't even yeah. This is the error. I was like making way too many assumptions. So this Claude haiku shit is what messed it up. This model sucks. It couldn't even generate. I'm using temperature too, but it couldn't even generate a JSON. And I'm telling it to explicitly generate JSON. I should use a better model for that. I just use a small model until it breaks, and then I use the slightly better one. It's typically how I go about it. Games are fun though, I will say. Okay. Yeah, let's just use this. Yeah, this is an old ass model. Okay. Let's just do that for now. I see the issue. We do need a failsafe. I could just, whenever it breaks, try again. I think it did do that. Because I saw it made like a ton of requests. Because I do have that built in. I just remembered. So I have, it's like 5. Yeah, it tries 5 times. It broke 5 times, I think. But either way, it should. Okay. You know what? All right, let's go and we gotta kill some bad guys. I'm trying to think how to. Okay. So let's go. What is. Can you make me an RPG with a dragon design on it? Can it do that? I feel like it can't do that. Like that's a texture thing. So that's another thing we got to do is have some textures it can choose from. I'm not going to have it like we can basically just add an agent to it a tool that Claude can run to pick a texture. We can also just give it a list of textures to run. We don't have to get too complicated. We don't have to get too complicated at all. Wait, it happened again. Oh, because I'm generating it in JSON. I got you. This is my bad. I have I called this parse JSON markdown. Yeah. Let's see, is that still implemented? If JSON and if parse JSON markdown. Yep. And then it extracts the blocks. Okay. Use Anthropic. Yes. And yeah, that's good. Yeah, let's try that again. I'm going to tell it explicitly to do markdown. It should be in markdown format. Okay. Cool. Let's refresh. Let's see, we got a question. See, Jared, do you think AI can be practical for writing high quality games in their entirety? It's easy to get input and movement code generated, but getting input and movement to feel good is another problem. Yeah, I mean, even this, which is a simple game, was not fully Claude. Just I didn't just ask Claude to like make this, right? I'd say it's like 50-50. And also it's like it's hard to even say things are 50-50 in terms of like AI code because half the prompts I'm doing come from me understanding the code and telling like I tell it it's basically just speeding up the process, right? You can't really you can like vibe code stuff, but it's hard to just vibe code for a long time. It's like eventually you have to have a deep understanding of your code base to like get it done well. You know, I can talk about that a little bit. Maybe after we get this game up a little polished a little more. Um, I'll like show you some methodologies for that. But yeah, you can't just like one thing you can try to do. It's hard, but you can try to two things: generate a README, write a README. Don't generate the read. Write a README. Have the README explain everything in the game that you want the game to be like, how you want it to build it. Not too. You don't want to like. You actually don't want to be too have too much opinions. That's the other thing is with like the vibe coding stuff. Being dumb actually helps more. Like not knowing how computers works helps people vibe code more because you want to do what the LLM wants to do. You actually the people that are good vibe coders are not intelligent, right? Because intelligent people want to answer things. Vibe coders lean on the intelligence of the LLM and they work better, right? Because the LLM fills in all the gaps. But you don't want to explain too much. But you want to give it like you want to give it an environment to play in. Uh, but the problem with that approach of just having the README and having the LLM um, work on the README and all that, and iteratively work on the README. The problem with that is it requires so much debugging without coding to just get that done. It's not that's not bad, but you really if you are going to do that, I would really suggest maybe not even telling it what to do at all. Um, or when you tell it what to do, give it some scaffolding and just describe the game that you want to do. Uh, but even then, man, like for instance, you'll see it when I start working on stuff we're doing now is pretty simple. But for instance, with procedural generation and stuff like that, you know, you have to understand what a level of detail system is, how it works. You have to understand these concepts in order to prompt. So you can't just tell it to add procedure generation. You can try, but it's not going to be good, especially in Three.js, right? Because it's like the multi-threading problem is what I was talking about. Um, yeah, yeah. So see, I mean, it's just a game. I don't even know. Oh yeah, I mean, it's like it's not all. Oh shit! This game isn't all generated with AI, guys. Is that was that not the weapon system in it is AI? Was that not in the title? Is this a Zoomer thing where you guys don't know how to read? Something because when I was like yeah, like a teenager, I was like I felt like most people were able to like read. You know what I mean? Does it say AI generating weapons? Maybe I could be clearer. maybe I can be clear. Yeah, I'll be clear. I'll be clear about it. Yeah, it's the game. I mean, like a lot of the game is AI generated. Yeah. Okay, got you. Got you. No, it's you know what? It is like I'd say 50-50. You know, it isn't all just like fucking. I didn't just like hand code the whole thing in like a fucking week or like in a few days. How long's it been? Yeah, like but like because this is like kind of a lot of code, right? I mean, you can do this in like a couple of days, but like uh, have a life. But like, yeah, no, it's how should I rename this title? I guess like it's not really. I don't want to like lie and say that I just AI generated all this. I don't want to like make people think they could just do like shit. I mean, you can definitely vibe code what we have here, but like it's not going to be that great. Like especially the AI generated code. I mean the AI weapon stuff we have. So I don't know like if it's clear, but here like we can say like make me. This is what I'm talking about with AI generated weapons. Make me an assault weapon. I know I'm being a dick. By the way, I'm just I'm not actually calling you retarded. I don't know. Like when I say I'm just being mean, I'm just being mean. An assault rifle with a red scope. Uh, yeah. Let's see if it's good. But oh shit, I was just fixing like an error. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. But anyway, like I'm not really saying you're like Zoomers are retarded. I'm just saying like I'm just saying it's sometimes it is a little shocking when I think something people in the millennial I'm on the border of like millennial Zoomer people like the millennials there is like a I don't know if it's like reading comprehension or something. Okay, let's look at this weapon. It didn't make it. It made the whole thing red. Oh, but it's powerful though. It's slow. Shit. Huh. And also the walking animation for it is fucking weird. Yeah, it's too fucking slow. I mean, it's like a light weapon, right? Yeah, you know what? The stats like for these like what were the stats that it generated? What were the stats? Because yeah, the stats are like fucked up. All right, this these logs are absurd. You ever have logs that are oh, you can you can vibe code games like this. I don't want to make people think you can't vibe code stuff. It's just you can't like be an idiot, right? Like you gotta when you're vibe coding stuff or whatever, you gotta know how you gotta be able to debug by not just copying and pasting errors. You have to like you can try that, but the problem is people they're like my I know every fucking class in here. I know everything works. Well, because like I mean I didn't handwrite all this, but like a lot of it is it's just like stuff I coded, but a lot of it's AI generated. Like this terrain system and forest system, I was kind of just like, can you do it? But the way I'd said it was like create a new class, like the other class, look at the other class, make sure it's modular, make sure for instance, like with the config stuff, maybe I'll just talk about the forest system. It's like um I gave it some guidance, right? This is like a simple one. Let me do like a oh yeah, textures. Like I just did textures. Like I told it where the textures like are and like what they're for, and I mean that's obvious. the textures and shit is so easy. Let me do something a little something more complex. The day and night system, right? This is something that definitely AI assisted. Did not code all this by hand, but when I coded it, I was telling it exactly how to do it pretty much. The way it works is you have to either tell it exactly what to do or don't tell it anything. 'Cause you know what I mean? Like the Peter Levels types who just kind of vibe like the vibe coder types, they should just like they don't like know how anything works, right? So that's a huge benefit when vibe coding is not knowing how it works. It's a huge benefit, and this doesn't mean they're dumb. Like he's a intelligent guy, but they don't know how it works, so they don't lean on their intelligence, right? They just tell the LM to do everything, and that actually works. So you either need to know how games work and like actually like have an AI assistant, or you just fucking big dick it and you just ask it everything, you know? You're like, hey, just do it, right? See, I just thought you use I think the two options are ultra specific or don't give a fuck. Are you telling me what to do, Will? Guys, I'm also making fun of Will. Will's been here for a while. Uh, yeah. If you know your code base, using AI is fun, but if it just randomly tells, uh, yeah, I guess. Does that make sense? Like you should know your code base and do it, or you should just not have any thought about it. You should just you either big dick it or you don't. And I'm explaining how it works, Will. This is called. I know the Zoomers. He's like, you're saying like, it's too many words. I'm explaining. So like in the past, people had to know how things work. You can just you couldn't just Google like, or you could Google stuff. But you can just ask ChatGPT like to solve everything. To go fuck your wife. You're like, hey, ChatGPT, you can go fuck my wife. They didn't have that in like 2015. Will. Okay. That's why you're like, oh man, you're using too many big words. Uh, that it's like there's no other way to. At some point, someone has to know how things work, right? He's like, just give me a prompt. You know what I mean? It's like there's no prompt. It's like you go like the first day on the job as like a plumber, and you're like, what's the prompt? They're like, there's no prompt, bro. Just pick up the fucking hammer. There's no prompt. All right. Hold up. Hold up. I ain't taking this shit. Well, Will's had enough. He's had enough. I don't use GPT. Whatever you use. I don't know what the fuck you use. You fucking Zoomer. People always get on the. People always get on the boomers, right? But at least the boomers know how to do things. You know, the Zoomers are like, could you just give me like a YouTube short? Say it to me in 60 seconds. It's like, dude, you're in medical school. This is why you have like the situation where you have all these like the colleges. They don't even let smart kids in the colleges anymore. All the smart kids, if they're like white, they're like, you can't listen. You're white. We only let the only people they let in the schools are basically people that have some like victim complex about not being smart. So they're like, oh, we let the stupid like Juanita into the school. Oh, we let them into the school, and now we're the good people. That's Zoomer ideology. At least the boomers, like, there's something about them that I really like. Something about them I really like. I thought you were selling out, vibe coding some trash game. What are you talking about? It's 1 a.m. here. I'm just listening to live YouTube videos with random talks. I really like that. Thanks, Mohammed. That's not relevant at all. But yeah, dude, at least the boomers. Yeah. Does the title actually seem like I'm vibe coding? Also, no, you can't sell out by technology isn't a sellout thing. This is another thing. The Zoomers, they don't have God, right? That's the fundamental of the Zoomer. The Zoomer doesn't have God. I would destroy you, Will. But the Zoomer doesn't have God. So like the problem is they think that like that's why tech's perfect for Zoomers as a career is because everything becomes a God, right? It's like, oh, Java, C, C++, Python, JavaScript. It's technical knowledge is the God, right? So when someone, it's perfect for Zoomers. It's perfect for Zoomers, But yeah, man, something about the boomer. I like the boomers. I like the boomers. Like, there's something about the boomers that, they kind of sold out the country, kind of. Like sucks. But it was already kind of sold. It was already sold out when they were born. Like the guys, they were born after the war, after World War II, right? So the country was already sold, you know. So they were kind of dealt a weird hand. Like they had all this excess everything, but they still had the traditional world, and then we just blame them for everything, you know, because we can't afford rent. It's not fair. It's not fair. I actually sympathize, and the the problem with the Zoomer is that they're still like inside. You know, they haven't. That's why like the boomers, you got to get out of the house when you're like when you turn 12 or when you turn 18. Is because they understand that that's actually what you're supposed to do. You are supposed to grow up. Anyway, what am I talking about? I'm just trying to get back into talking because I haven't been streaming it a bit. So I need to get back into flow state. Flow state. Give me some things to talk about, Will. Oh, okay. Let me change the title to weapon creation system because I think maybe I'll make it clear. Weapon creation. Yeah, let me make that clear. Pretty sure the Twitter's like fucking broken, by the way. Twitter's fucking. But yeah, dude, like, no, it's not. No, Will, we're gonna change the whole video because you have a problem. No, 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 Will. This is what happens. So this is another thing. So like the internet's it's this public world, right? It's this public. It's like the town center, right? What you say has an effect, right? I'm gonna change the entire stream because Will has a problem with the tide. He was confused. He brought it up, and then now everyone is affected. Yeah, come up and talk, Will. Come on the stream. I just didn't internalize it and assume stuff when I saw it. It's okay. What programming question do you have? I need some topics. I need to get back into the flow state. Stream. It is hard to like code and stream, and the AI helps, right? Um, I need to get my brain back into it a little bit. It's like going back and forth. You like problem solving, and then I need to get some juice going. Some offensive topics. Sympathy for the boomer is what we need. Sympathy for the boom. Yeah. Like they like started feminism, basically all the statistics around what's terrible about America was started by the boomers. But, I mean, they made rock, right? We have the Beatles, and it's pretty cool. Pink Floyd. That's another thing is like the Zoomers can't make art. Like, have you seen Zoomer art? I look at oh dude, I look at what's like that Little Nas X, that guy. What are we doing, right? Whenever I see Little Nas X, I assume there's like a reaction like in my ancestors where I'm like, should we kill him? You know what I mean? Respectfully, YouTube. I know I'm monetized and everything. I'm not actually. Don't do that. When I say we, I mean my other personalities. But because yeah, I gotta start streaming again because YouTube pays me apparently. Yeah. Any questions, guys? You guys got any topics? I'm gonna go because if I go down my thought process, it's gonna get dark. So I need some positive people. Am I even still on Twitter, by the way? Because they told me on Twitter that it was fucked up. Yeah, whatever. Do you think writing programs, or I guess specifically programs, this is a question from the chat from Will. Do you think writing programs, or I guess specifying programs, using some formal systems like lambda calculus, do I think what? That was just the first half of the question. Let's put some effort into this, Will. Let's put some effort into this. Let's finish. Let's start full complete. I'm not trying to get at you, Will. I know I'm being a bit of a dick, but like you see why though? Like we're getting like jovial and like again, and then you're like, yeah, I'll ask you a question. Everything's cool, and then you ask me like a 1-part question. Is this you just trying to tease me here? Am I getting the chats like slowly? Can you guys let me know? Because okay, do you think writing programs, or I guess specifying programs using some formal systems like lambda calculus or logic, uh, and then giving these theoretical programs to type encrypt programs, what we use for LMs for today? Dude, just finish the question in one. Do they limit what you guys can send in a chat? Is this what's going on here? I'm not crazy. You're asking. It's like a 3-part question. Oh, that's what's going on. My bad. My bad. My bad. That's what's going on. Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Lambda calculus. Yeah, that's cool. I've done that. I made AI agents that, partially the AI agents that we use at my company. We do that. We actually, it's not lambda calculus specifically, but we use context free grammars to sort of train the LLMs to generate like the function calling, because function calls get complex. But lambda calc is like really a broad, it's a computation system. It's not just when like Turing completeness isn't when we I got what you're saying. When we like communicate, when we think and we communicate, we're not operating in a, there's computation happening, but we're not operating the gesture of what we want to get out of the world, whether or not our brains are computation machines, which is like largely true, but the gestures, the input we want to get at the output, input output we want to get from the world, these things are not, you can't, lambda calculus isn't that useful. When I want to ask an LLM to go to, when I want to ask, OpenAI or some deep research or whatever to go log into something, type something in, yada yada. These aren't you're the computation isn't even the problem. The problem is the routines, the functions, the being able to actually like generate a script that does the thing, right? Um, so like and it's not just web development, everything's like this. Everything requires input output, everything requires a user interface, everything. Get out of the idea that there's a world in which people aren't interfacing with it. Look into Unix programming. Everything revolves around functions. Everything revolves around algorithms. And when we talk about lambda calculus, you can design things algorithmically differently with lambda calculus. But when we talk about LLMs can be trained via lambda calculus, but they can't. But they can also be trained via English, and they can also be trained via Python, right? These are different like modalities of computation. But the gesture, the algorithm, these things are very like function. What does it do? That's why like tool calling, right? Um, the problem of like figuring out what tools to call, that's not even an issue, you know. Yeah, like I see what you're saying. Like automating programming using thinking to typing. That's interesting. But at the end of the day, we can automate it from talking to, you know, the words we say can be entered into the computer, and we could just that can be translated into Python, or we can have Neuralink translate that into Python or whatever. All that's just different modalities, right? But is it going to actually do what you want it to do? That's a separate world, and that's mostly a search problem. That's mostly a search problem. That's why the most important thing for these LLMs is if they can iteratively Google search shit, have access to some index, some world index of knowledge, and then do another search. So search the world for something that's aligned with what I want, but also search what I can do. So search my tool set and then align these things together. That's way more difficult. You guys hear that? It's way more difficult. Because just the computation isn't that hard. And just like thinking isn't even that hard, you know. I mean, uh, the idea of like connecting things, like connecting the neural link to coding isn't that hard, right? I mean, it's hard, but once it's there, you just connect it. Once you understand the language of the brain, you can just connect it. Let's see. I'll wait. I'll wait and see what you have to say about it. This is an interesting conversation, though. It's an interesting conversation. I'll wait and see what you gotta say. But I think I know what you mean. Does that make sense though? So okay, I'll let you finish, but wait. What do you mean? So you're saying you have a theoretical language used to define programs. You can define exactly what you want, and then pass this specification off to a program that translates the spec to assembly instructions. So it is no hoping it does what you want. So you don't want to have people hope it does what you want. So you're thinking about translation, which is what LLMs are originally for, was machine language translation. Language translation. They say machine language translate. It's kind of awkward, but turning things from like English to Spanish and shit, right? That's why it's LLMs. Transformer models are very distribution oriented. Of like you have two distributions of like languages. You have like the encoder decoder model that has to kind of understand both the distributions, and then obviously the transformers a little bit after that, where you have like the understanding of how each word relates to all the other words, self attention and attention. Um, so when you say there is no hoping it does what you want in the situation you're saying, that's not possible. You're always going to have a situation with LLMs and transformers where the out like it's probabilistic. It's a distribution, right? Like, and you're learning to align it over time. The line is fitting over time. Oh, I thought you were talking about LLMs and transformers. Okay, maybe I don't understand what you're saying because you mentioned LLMs. Okay, I got you. I got you. It's just the program spec and the. I know it's like. Is there a way for you to give me the whole question? Because it's kind of hard for me to. Can I make this like? I got you. So you're talking about high, like very high level. You should look into a prologue. You're kind of. I think you're getting into a prologue. I think you're getting a little. I know you're talking about lambda calculus, but I think you're more so talking about declarative programming. Um, and what the types of programming that fuels robotics in that world. I think that's a little more what you're talking about. How can I reach you, brother? What for? What? Reach me for what? Who are you? You want to be a little less suspicious, Jaquin? Or do you want to be as suspicious as possible? Because what you did is the most suspicious way you could reach out to a brother, okay, that you don't know. But yeah, Will. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Jaquin. Of course, we asked for what? What do you? You're like LOL. You guys just asked for what? Of course we did. Of course we did. What do you? No. You're the weird one, Jaquin. You're the weird one. Oh, to collaborate on yeah, man. Reach out to me. Oh, I didn't add the links to this one yet. On some of my other videos, I have like a links. I have tons of links. No, it's all good. No. I roast people. That's a thing. Uh, that's like just a way I communicate to people. It's okay. You seem fine. Yeah. On I think on my other videos, I gotta add the links on this one, but on my other live streams, you can probably see some like LinkedIn or something. Um, LinkedIn's probably the best. I honestly would like to write programs completely on paper. Will, I know there's a limit in the comments in the chat. Say the whole thing. Try to say the entire idea. Let's make it an exercise. Try to say the entire idea in the chat limit. This is you're not being succinct here. Let's concise. You're not being concise. So let's just let's compress the whole idea into one sentence. Because you're saying a lot of stuff. You're talking about, language and the assembly, and then you're like, I want to write programs completely on paper and then hand them off to someone and then turn them to physical programs. Let's all right, man, hit me up. So that sounds great. No, it's okay. No, Will, you're not retarded. You're intelligent. So intelligent people do. You're a Zoomer, but you're intelligent, right? Intelligent people, they tend to have a lot of ideas in different places, right? So, like, yeah, voice notes in a comment section would be awesome. So, like, try to. It's a systems thinking thing, right? Like, you have a system, and you have a lot of things that you're thinking about in different ways. You have to consolidate. You have to put them all in one thing. Yeah, voice would be nice here, but also they should allow larger chats. I don't know. I thought they did that. They should allow um, larger chats. They should have like. Wait, people used to like rant on this when I first started streaming, like a year and a half ago. People would just like, yeah, start building it tonight. Yeah, Jaquin, yeah, man. If you, yeah, reach out to me. Just don't be weird. I don't, when you reach out, let's. Also, because we got a live chat, I'm moving a little quick and not fully thinking about what I want to say. Yeah, um, that's a part of growing is being able to. Because eventually, people in life, especially if you're talented, people want to pay you for your talents. You're gonna there's situations where people are gonna very quickly want you to explain ideas, right? Like that's people are gonna want to be like, all right, good night, Jaquin. Good night, Jaquin. So, but yeah, people are gonna want to basically be like, I need it very quickly. The more money someone has, the shorter time they have to give, right? I'm not saying that matters right now, obviously, but I'm just saying like it's a good exercise to like make things concise. Oh, the character limit's 150. You can type more than. All right, let's type more. Will, let's type more. Let's type more. What were we even talking about? Oh yeah, right. Coding. Okay. Um, right. So let me actually work on the giant. Let's work on this giant. Giant looks fucking weird. Looks so weird. Uh, and I'm gonna let's vibe code the giant, right? Because this type of stuff, I don't give up. Like as long as it knows how to, as long as it looks fine, like I don't care, right? I'm using this Gemini one. Let's go back to Claude. Let's see how good it is. Let's see how good it is. So, can you update this so it has? Let's see. Move this. Monster. Let's give it like let's give it a more humanoid body with brown belt, and let's give it a little jacket. Large horns on its head. It doesn't understand how to position things, right? So let me just do this. It's been having issues figuring out how to position things. Let's just do this for now. But that's been a problem with this. Is like that's why it is kind of hard to just ask it to like do 3D modeling sometimes because like it needs to know the scene. I think I need to tell it the camera actually make them like Hulk. Yeah, maybe I should make it green. That's cute. See, we're generating. Isn't it funny? So the live streams before I had to like, I was just like, I had to code the whole fucking thing. I wasn't using any AI. Now I'm just like, do this, and then I could talk to chat. Isn't it great? I think it's cool. I was at a bar cafe coding last night, and they were like playing music, and I was just literally just like asking it the prompt, and then I was just waiting and enjoying the music. I wasn't enjoying the music. I was just socializing. I'm not gonna lie. Uh, I have Blender. Oh, you want to see something cool? I actually have Blender hooked up to. I have the Blender MCP with Claude. I want to see if it's actually if it's actually set up. So I can actually code in Blender using Claude, which is hilarious. But this is gonna work. Hold on. I'll just copy and paste the same thing. Hold on a second. I don't think it's running. Let me check. Yeah, no, it's running. Okay. Let's see. Allow. I have no idea if this is going to work. I have no idea what this is going to work. I see it's adding shit to the scene. Let's see what it looks like. It's horrible. I see what it's doing. That's not really. It's working. I didn't mean like shitty. It's like, okay, cool. Cool. I was I didn't mean just fucking like I could have did this, right? Like I can make two cylinders in a big box body. Like the fuck? I gotta keep this open so I can. Yeah, like I could have did this. Whatever. Maybe my prompts need to be better. Maybe my prompts need to be better. I'll take accountability. Cool. Awesome. It's terrible. Literally, they gave it a little poop hole. Cool. Anyway, yeah, I know. He's like, you don't pay me to do this. This is Big Rabbit. Oh, Big Rabbit. That's funny. Yeah, yeah. We're still doing Maya. Yeah, we're but the business model changed, which is good. It's also why I'm doing this. We're like currently researching some things right now, which are pretty exciting. And voice is actually a part of it. That's why I was getting excited a little bit. Let's also the night cycles. Dang, the movement of the gun is like way too much. But the night cycles are way too short. Yeah, so I have a bit of a long. There's a reason why I'm adding AI into video games. Oh, wait a second. It did not. This didn't work. Let's just go back to Claude. Let's go back to trusty Claude. I don't know why Gemini just didn't do it. So, but I have a long strategy here, and I'm realizing because we got a fuck ton of prompts with Meha from like users prompting shit, and I realized I was like, wow, this is cool. Well, I just saw an opportunity where the bridging the it's a bit of a game in prompting, and I think bridging the gap between just chatting and getting people to really understand how to like utilize prompts is cool. And I think it's going to be a little more than just AI assistant stuff, because AI assistants are cool, but there's another problem that I see in AI where a lot of people don't know what the prompt. They don't know what they want. They don't like because a lot of what intelligence is decision making, and people aren't good at that. So I want to explore the territory of figuring out how to really the game of prompting, if that makes sense. I have a bit of a long strategy. All right. Let's just say most things I do is just to get data. Even this, everything's about getting data, figuring out because the world is your oyster. The world is your oyster, and but you don't understand the world, right? Let's see. That's the real conflict. Um, that looks so creepy. Ew, that like makes me uncomfortable because he has like three arms. Isn't that creepy? It's like there's like that's like a that triggered some like reaction where I'm just like, oh. So okay, cool. You gave him three arms. Maybe I should. Oh, I see. You gave him upper arm, lower arm. So you're doing too much. Let's actually undo that. You're doing way too much. I just wanted to make it normal. Okay. You also didn't do any jacket or anything. Um, completely rewrite this. I'm not gonna do this by hand. I don't care about. I don't care about a. I mean, I care, but it's like I got other stuff. I got like the game mechanics to work on. Yeah, I'm on a Mac. Why web game not native? It's not actually because of the Mac. I just like web games. Um, oh, see you, Mohammed. Yeah, man, definitely wake up at 5. Yeah, man. Super positive vibes from Muhammad. Very nice to see. Very nice to see. Um, no, the web's the way to go, dude. The web's the way to go. The web's the yeah, yeah. Also, just give them arms and legs and a body and a head. Don't get too crazy, bro. Continue and revert. Yeah. Yeah, I call him bro sometimes. So when you verbally abuse your LLM, it actually helps. I don't know if you guys know that. Typically, that helps in life. Verbal abuse works. That's why they don't want you to use it. They don't want you to use it. This is not a channel for kids. It's for big boys, for adults, for the big boys. Okay. Let's do accept. Hold on. Yes, let's do that. Yeah, and there is like obviously I don't make the day and night cycles 30 seconds in the actual game. I'm just doing it here just to do it. Make it just a test. Yeah, I need to make that movement less when he's running. Yeah. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Let's see. Yeah, the melees. All right, where is he? Holy shit, that's terrible. But you know what? It did actually do. So I can actually manually edit this. What's going on with his legs? One leg is like up, and then the other's down. Okay, just keep that right there. So the color's changing because yeah. Why would you make its legs like that? Oh, I see what it did. That's actually not the issue. I think the issue happens after the animation. This is right. Because 0, yeah, it's just putting it on the other side. It's fine. Left horn. So the rotation on the X is wrong here. So I don't know what's right. Wait, hold on a second. So the Z. Is the rotation fine? No, it's the wrong way, right? So I think I need to flip the X of the rotation. Yeah. I think so. Let's just do that, and then let's change the. I think that was right. And there's metalness on the ground, which looks weird. I think I need to. Actually, I don't think that's metalness. I think that's roughness. I had that problem earlier. I think we put in the right direction. So we need to make it higher. Okay. It's not really a belt. Oh, I see it. Okay. Oh, I see the buckle. This is, you know what I mean? Like, isn't it just fucking annoying? Just like doing shit like this. All right. I can't. I think it may have. I overthought because this is such a simple. Like it did the other models easy, right? Okay. This is too high. Let's make this lower. Let's see. It's over by 1. Yeah, I think so. I need a graphic artist just to figure it out. Just pay him some 50 an hour. Ding, ding. Oh, I just realized. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but the health's fucked up, and I went the wrong direction on that. Okay, I did make the belt is the size I wanted, but hold on. This one just keeps going. Oh, it's the animation's fucked up. Oh, I see. The animation's weird because it's just cycling from going up and down like that. Okay. Yeah, dude, I'm not doing this. You go change it. Okay, I'm not A/B testing directions. Okay, I have time. It's like once you have LLMs, it changes the stuff you feel like you have time for. It makes you feel like a special like king. Maybe that's going to be a problem in the future. Everyone feels like they're important because they have like a slave that does all their. They have like a little LLM slave. I'm like, let me just let the slave do this. Okay, so the arms are too high. Also, um, the animation for the arms are weird since they go up and down. Just make them sway. This is the bane of game dev, writing constants for positions. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there's also it didn't encode any constants or any variables for the constants here. That's another thing. I guess I could tell it to do that. You should stream yourself working on this every day. You would blow up. I guess. Oh God, I have to. Oh yeah, YouTube does play. Yeah, YouTube does. Yeah, maybe you're right, Will, because YouTube does pay me. I was surprised because I have all these videos in the backlog. I was, you know, what, I am gonna stream myself making this because I was like, damn, I could just like I'm technically just making money on the past videos all the time, and it's not even. I don't have a lot of views. You know, I was like, I could kind of just make a lot of money doing this. Never thought of it in terms of money. YouTube, because I have like a normal, like I have a business, right? Well, I think you just changed this channel to being the me coding this vibe coding the video game channel. Yeah, I know the yeah, it's a hey, that's how I prompt, all right? That's how I prompt. That's how I prompt. Yeah, let me just vibe code this fucking game on YouTube. How about this? Maybe the series is like me vibe coding. All right, let's do this. The series is me vibe coding a AAA video game studio. The secret to vibe coding is just being like a good programmer. Pretty good. Try not to be too prideful, but like, you know, I'm kind of good at what I do. Wait, what? This looks completely different. See what okay. That's is it me or I don't know what just happened. Hold on a second. Um This is weird, actually. Did I? Yeah, let's restore the checkpoint. I don't know what the fuck just happened. I thought it just changed like one line. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Yeah, this is completely different. Hold on. What the fuck? I don't understand. Now I can't go back. This is what it used to look like. I liked the changes it just made. All right, let's just do it again. Rework this giant. The point of vibe coding is just to think in the future. You know, rework this giant so it has. Yeah, we're gonna have. By the way, guys, at the end of this, we will have a AAA game studio. Whoever's at the beginning of the stream will get first dibs on jobs. You will get first dibs on jobs at the game studio. That doesn't mean you'll get jobs. It just means you have first dibs. You'll get interviewed. How about that? You'll get in, you know. But once we get, because right now we have a triple B, triple D uh, game. After triple D, we get into C, and then double C, and then triple C, and then we get into triple B, and then we get into uh, B, double B, triple B. I know, double D game studio. I know. I'm just really good at rhetoric. I didn't want to. I didn't want to. I'm trying to be better. I am trying to be better. It's hard. It's just so easy. It's like, yeah, triple D game studio. It's like it's just so easy. People just immediately get it. Yeah, we're starting a triple D. A double D game studio. It's so fucking funny. It's too degen though. Trying to be better, man. We don't need that. We don't need that. Triple A studio. All right. Rework this giant so it. All right. It's making everything way too big. So it has. All right. First, look at the ogre. Please rework the giant. So look at the goblin. Looks better. Has the same type of body, composition, animation, but obviously design it more like I can't just tell it a giant. I need to be more specific. Let's do, because like the way the game works, it's a survival game. So every night there's a stronger giant. But there's different types of giants, right? And you got to create new weapons for the different styles, right? Design it more like a. Let's say an orc. Yeah, we're gonna start the first double D game studio. Fuck, I mean, it's just too. The rhetoric's too good. I give it. Oh shit! Hold on. Did I just fuck this up? I think the way the streaming is actually going to work is I'm just going to actually make code this stuff offline. Because the problem with like live coding is that, trust me, I've live coded a lot, right? And I can do it well. Like I can talk and like code. But the problem is, it's good to do your productivity without a crowd, and then kind of to come back and talk through the code. That's why like going through the code was nice, because right now like someone's gonna be like, oh, do this, oh, do this. It's better to like do some the like yeah, like you have to like, because the starting from scratch thing is like fine, but it's good to have new stuff you did, go over it, and then work on like one or two. Like I fixed some like a couple things in the weapon generator, the weapon creator. Um, and that's, let's see, it looks like this is finished. But yeah, I did some stuff in the weapon creator, but that stuff hold on a sec. That stuff was like easy to do. You know, like reworking the whole giant, it's like I gotta like research what I actually want out of this, like out of the the giant system. Because like I don't even know if I really want it to just be different giants every night, you know. And like I want it to be simple. Like this is a simple game, guys. Like this is not um complex. So like it looks weird, but like the fun, because I know like it wasn't able to position the weapon that it did right there. Fuck, this is a fast fucking, what the fuck? Um but yeah, so you see why it's important to generate. I died. But I gotta do the procedural generation. All right, yeah. So the arm should be holding the, is it a hammer? What did it say? It's definitely not a blade, but whatever. It doesn't have any fucking chest armor, but whatever. The armor color, yeah. What is it? What is it calling the weapon? I'll just say the weapon. The weapon properly. Now the handle is parallel to the arm, the weapon, to the arm. I gotta change the stat. It's like way too fast. I thought I already did that. So I set up this config here. It's very tight. Yeah, the reason why it turns red is that it's supposed to get more red over the game, but that's broken right now. Let's just make it a little slower. Because every level it's going to get, stronger. The gun barely works. Yeah, I know. So that's why you have to generate weapons. So like you start off with weak weapons, right? You know, like it's like, so basically, see, it's like kind of weak because these guys are way less health than the other ones. Yeah. Anyway, but all right. Let's see what this guy looks like. Fuck. Am I gonna die immediately? Still not fucking holding it. Looks like shit. Let's see. Did I not accept it? Okay. I think I may have to manually fix the giant. This is where the prompting is not great, right? Like every time I'm like prompting for this giant, it's just not helping. Okay. Position the weapon in the right hand. It's too high. But you know what? No, it's not too high. Hold on. What is it doing? Yeah, it's just I didn't even tell you to give a weapon. You know what? I don't want a weapon. I know it's adding it to the right arm. So it's stuck to the right arm. It's tilted over there. It's tilted over there. We actually do. I wonder what happens if I do like one. Let's make it lower. Oh, no, it should be tilted on the X. I mean the Z, I mean. And it should be, yeah, doesn't need to be like that. I think. Still figuring out the angles here. Games are also cool because everyone wants it to be like I learned this. Everyone wants it to be their own. They want to do their own thing. Everyone's got an opinion. That's why the game industry is so toxic. Because it's like such an easy thing to like comment about. It's not so far out. Oh, you know why? Because my bad. I got rid of this. It's also it tilted the wrong way. I meant to. I think I need to tilt this 30 degrees, right? Hold on. Am I doing that right? I think it's. I think that's no. This needs to tilt more. Hold on a second. This needs to go like this. But this was the rotation was already like that. We're just gonna have to fucking A/B test this. Oh, when I walk backwards, the bullets spawn in different directions. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, I see what you're saying. I didn't even see that. Good, thanks. I did not notice that. Yeah. Yeah. It's also so it's the same problem with the melee weapons. The melee weapons do something similar where yeah, the orientation changes as you move around. So I gotta fix that. Fuck. What does he look like? Okay. So it looks like that made it further in, but this isn't. Let's actually just turn all of them and then see what happens. in the background, I'm just going to ask it to fix the projectile. Can you fix projectile? So bullets rotation always goes forward. Rotation is fixed. That's kind of the problem, but that's the best way I can describe it. Oh, nice. Okay, so that's the. I mean, obviously it's too high up on the guy, but that I did this X is what I wanted. It's just way too high. So let's actually do this. I don't even know. Like it has a hammer. It's not going to use the fucking hammer, but whatever. We could tell it to use the hammer. It's not going to do anything because the animation, I wanted to make it the same for all of them. It just juts forward for like melee. Okay. Oh shit, did it just fix it? Nice. I don't even know what it did to fix it. What the? Oh no. No. No, it didn't fix it. You know what? What's happening? The bullets are fine. It's the trail animation. It didn't fix it. It's the trail animation is messed up. Let me just look at it. I'm not going to tell it to these things blindly. Why is it messed up? Well, that'll probably do it. Yeah. Why is it doing that? I see what it's. So it's aligning with the bullet's direction. We don't want that. Let's get rid of this and then just see what happens. So, you know what's interesting? It's still messed up because, like, you can see. Well, one, it's better because it's not randomly rotating, but it's still just staying there for too long. It's better. It's better. It's actually better. It's just kind of staying there for too long. That fixed it. So this rotation, when it's getting the direction properly, but it was just always rotating it. But the problem is, actually, hold on. Let me. So the way that works is it's always just where the player is. That's there for way too long. Oh no. This isn't running. Okay. Talk about AI generated slop. I don't think this is running either. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't running anywhere. So, okay. I'm just looking for some set timeouts. We know this is doing something, right? Okay, gotcha. Dot trail and so it's the remove bullet. It's when the bullet gets removed is when it gets removed. But the problem is that that's like not when I want to have the trail get removed, obviously, because it's like we don't need the fucking trail, and also the trail should follow the. It shouldn't just be sticking where you shot it at. It's fine. We can actually just keep this for now. At least it's not rotating. Okay, or it's rotating with the weapon. Yeah, the time when they aren't flying. Yeah, it's the trail for the bullet. The bullet is moving, but the trail the trail is Oh wait, that actually looks better. What the fuck? Wait, that looks fine. Okay. All right. Oh no. It did. Oh, okay. It's when you're running back. Yeah, that looks fucking weird. Yeah. No, that's not good. It doesn't need that. First off, hold on a sec. In the projectile, we don't need the trail because like that doesn't look good, and it only deletes once the bullet's fully done, which is like a while. Uh, I'm not gonna worry about this right now. I'm doing something with the giant. At least it's not like doing the weird rotation thing. Because that needs to change anyway. Because that needs to just follow the, the gun. I mean the bullet. We don't want. We can have an animation at the bullet. That's fine, but I mean at the explosion. But okay, so we need to make the John lower. Also, his arms are like okay. Is it me or is it not going lower? Let's just make it more dramatic. Okay, these day and night cycles. I don't feel like waiting this long. Let's make it 10 seconds. So the way it works after you have the monsters during the daytime to collect things to collect blue, so you can destroy the monster. But at nighttime, monster comes out. Okay, that's a little more. Okay, so now it's actually fine. The position. We just need to move his arm. His arms are fucked up. Yeah, it just can't position stuff like the man. It took me so long to like a couple hours to get the LLM, the weapon LLM positioning right. And it's still like in the beginning of this video, it still got messed up. Still got messed up. Okay. So Martin had a dream. Let's see. Run for I know. Yeah. Because the run forward and wait. Oh wait. Where's the animation? Fuck. What just happened? Oh, it just doesn't show up at night because of the lighting. Let me just see. Huh. It shouldn't just not show up at all. Let me, wait, no, I see it right there. Something's off. Yeah, we gotta procedurally generate stuff. It's not an easy game. Okay. All right. Right. So the Y, X. It's actually this. The weapon's fine right now. We can remove the Z, but I think it's generally fine. The problem is the arm. Shoulder. That's odd. Yeah, this. So it says slightly outward. I'm pretty sure this is the wrong way. Let me just double check. Yeah, the bullets, not a big deal right now. There's a lot of stuff to do. When you're making a AAA, yeah, it was in the wrong direction. That's the problem. Okay, making a AAA game. Okay, you're gonna have some problems. Hold on. Yeah, so make this -1. Let's make this +1. Then let's move the. Wait. This is left and right. So the weapon's on the left. So more negative is going to go further out from my right. So the weapon is going to go more negative here. I think that doesn't seem right. Hold on. I think it's not. Wait. Okay, I think I made it further out, but let me just double check. I think when they said left and right, they meant from my position. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I made it too far out, but I actually did it the right way, or the right direction. 0.9, 0.9. Okay, yeah, the shoulders are too low. Everything's fucked up. 5. Wait, I don't know why I did that. Shoulders are too low, so let's do 2.4. 2.4. Positioning shit. Positioning. Right. This is the right. I did put this in the right direction. It needs to go further. It needs to be 0. Right. It's annoying. Okay. So the days are so fast. It's for debug. Nice. Now it's actually holding stuff. Okay. Shoulders pointed in the wrong direction and too high. Okay. So let's make this 2. The Z, let's flip it. Now I'm starting to understand you. Isn't this so fun when like things are kind of looking how you want it to look? Kind of, Whoa. All right, let's look at this. Oh, wait, what happened to its arm? The shoulders are a little better, but shoulders aren't moving. Is it me or was the arm fine like a second ago? Yeah, we got to make the shoulders move with the arms, obviously. Um, I mean, the body's like too big. Let's change that. Way too big. Curious if that what this does. It should be like a box. It should have long legs. What happened to its arm? I feel like that was after something animated. I didn't look at the animation at all. And now it's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but now the arm is fine. But the body is too low. So one, let's make this like higher. And then let's make the Y like that. Oh, and it's the belt is like too low. That is a belt, right? I'm not even gonna tell it to update this because I don't trust anything that LM's gonna do at this point. I felt like this was a simple task to just like it just and it doesn't know the scene, but it should understand the basics of like how to rotate it. Like it basically did it so bad it almost assumed the X and Y were the wrong thing. Yeah, it just needs. I need to put the body higher. Like it almost flipped the X and Z. I mean, that's like how bad it was able to do that. So now I gotta just do this manually, right? Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding, everybody. I gotta like care now because, dude, like YouTube pays me now. Like I'm an employee of YouTube. If you see me streaming more, it's because YouTube is paying me. I'm getting those we call them shekels. About four is a dollar, you know. Anyone is initiated. Okay, so what's up with this? Is its mouth? It's like mouth is opening. What is happening? Arms are too high, but it's not bad. Before I change the okay, so the shoulders are positioned fine. Could you just make it so the shoulders move with the arms? Don't get too crazy now. uh, I like it. It's like talking to your LLM is just funny because it's just funny. It's just funny. Let's see if it was able to do that. Jumps are not using stamina. They should be using stamina. Okay. I said don't change the position, and they changed the position. What the fuck? Oh no, it didn't. It just moved it on the. So when you add to other meshes, it's going to be relative to the position of that. Like the position you set is relative to the position of that. So it's actually not. I should have told it to change that. Don't worry, it'll be AAA soon. You know what? Let's actually set the parameters to be fair. I have to make this game get AAA sales. I don't know, like production wise, listen, okay? We gotta kill a few people to do that. I don't know. I'm not, hey, I didn't make the rules. Okay? I didn't make the rules. Just being real. I didn't make the rules. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what we're doing here, but we're gonna get a AAA game. Okay, listen, listen, listen. I'm pivoting my business to a AAA game studio. Okay, that's what I'm doing. It's my long con. Okay, that's what this whole thing's been about. All right. Okay. Okay, Barb. I get it. You're skeptical. You're like, hey, but that's not fair. I'm just a loser from Nowheresville. I'm not cool like you. I can't think big like you. You know, I get it. I understand. Why can't I jump on any of these? Oh god, his shoulders are fucking just literally just cones. Whatever. At least, I mean, we have a starting point, right? Everything's about a starting point. God, this game's fucking hard. Oh, I see what happens. So, like, when it moves back, okay. You're like, I can't. I'm just a loser. I can't imagine thinking that big. I get it, dude. You don't think I get it? I get it. You're like, but I just want to get paid some like shit wage to code for Elon. A lot of people don't know how, you know, I sacrificed a lot, dude. I sacrificed a lot to make this game. I said no to a lot of money in my time. I have actually. There comes a point in life where you have to kind of just say, fuck it. You know, you got to just say it doesn't matter. All right. Let's see. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Let me add some light. Ooh. Ooh, way too much. Okay. You know what's funny? Vibe coding is kind of like the same thing. Isn't it annoying how I'm calling it vibe coding? But I thought my job was real. None of our jobs are real, dude. Get over it. You're just a cog in the machine. You got big cogs, you got small cogs, you got free roaming cogs. Everyone has a master. Who is your master? Let's see. Let's make this a little bit lower. Yeah, what's going on with his animation? Yeah, update animations. Yeah, what the fuck's going on? Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. It's like, I guess I know it's just AI, but it's like these, I feel like these are um basic mistakes it shouldn't be making. In the attack animation with the giant, it's can you make it not when it attacks, it forever changes the original walking state of the arms. Let arms and body, can you make it go back to its original state? So AIs are LLM agents are spoken to by normies. So you have to talk to it like a normie. Okay. Let's see. Look how fast that day is. All right. But didn't I make the arms lower just now? Let's see. Whoa, fuck. Did it change the arms? I can't see. I think it did. Wait, did I not make these arms lower though? I could have sworn I just did that. Hold on. I don't know. Why are they so high? Dang, that exaggerated movement. Are they just not getting lower? Am I losing my mind? I gotta see what happens when it attacks. No, it still did it. Hold on a sec. There also shouldn't be an animation on the arms. So maybe that's also just a general problem. That's the Y. It's the Y isn't moving. It's the rotation of it. Yeah, it's doing an arm swing and it's never going back. How about this? The arm swing is forever changing the arms. Can you fix this? Let's see. Let's use a better model. I think. I don't know what the auto model stuff does. Yeah, depends. Big cog. Do you have a big cog, Will? Doubt it. What do you mean? Dude, Zoomers are like insane. You expect everything to just work immediately. Just have some patience. Jesus. So sometimes like you have to figure out how it you gotta like figure out how to prompt, right? Don't just like you gotta figure out how to make things work. If the LLM's bad at first and like giving you bugs and all that, then it's a process. Like it's been like 2 hours. Dude. We fixed like a few bugs. Let's see. Okay. Nice. See, it just fixed a bug. If I had Will's mentality, I would have just left. You gotta have staying power, dude. Gotta have staying. It's very important. That's one thing I notice a lot in engineers. They don't have a commitment. Things will like a method will break for like a second or not work for like a second, and then they'll be like, "Well, fuck this shit." You gotta have patience, dude. That's why engineers, that's why they age poorly. Just being real. It's you just gotta relax. It's chill. Okay, we gotta make the body just needs to be way higher. Oh, well, you know what? No, we can just make it a little bit. Just gotta chill, dude. Just gotta chill. Not everything needs to work immediately. It's a process. See, it fixed the arm thing, right? Let's see. So, the body's too big. Let's do this. And then let's take this 3. Like with that mentality, Will, no one would ever finish anything. And half of my projects, honestly, like especially now with like a couple, I guess, clients we have now, even the CEO's a fraud thing. I mean, Jack's awesome, but like I notice a lot of projects I have with like people like if you don't set like commit to things finishing, like things never commit to finish. And it's like a big there's a big difference in between builders who finish things, you know. And that's partially why like a lot of people always come back to me to like work on stuff is because I guess like I'm like this is the deadline for this. This is when we're doing this. This is this deadline. This is this deadline. You know what I mean? It's like a mentality thing. It's like oh, but like the and it's funny. Like I'll be pair programming with like a dev, and then it's like and then like things won't work for a second, and then it's like okay, like you gonna kill yourself. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like the like we like there's a ton of like there's a lot of like the bullet thing, the weapons positioning, the melee weapons were positioned wrong. You know what I mean? And then you learn how, and then the AI is like, yeah, sometimes they destroy your code base. Sometimes they don't, you know. Sometimes like it's actually pretty tight. Because the problem is like most engineers want everything to work immediately, given the tools they're given, but they don't know all the stress is over like work debugging something that would have taken you like years to do 5 years ago. Not years, like I'm sorry, like a month to do 5 years ago that you're doing a day now. But you were like, fuck. And I get that happens to me too. I'll be like, fuck, this fucking LLM's not can't read my mind. But like, 5 years ago I didn't even have an LLM to use, you know. That's why we go back and forth. Like we for instance, the positioning stuff, I got to do this stuff manually, right? It's not able to figure it out. But the animation thing, if I just was able to figure it out pretty quickly, if I just give it good directions. So all accountability. Let's make the arms lower. Because a lot of people don't know how, when you hire someone to do something, how slow people actually are. The average person is so slow. People may see, like, for some live streams I have, I think I may get the impression that, hold on a second, something's going on with these. Let's actually, the arms are weird. I don't know what's going on. But I think I give the impression that this stuff is like a little easier than it is. Like a lot, people are pretty slow. Processes are pretty slow typically. Processes are pretty, like getting things to work is like a process. Interesting. Wait, what is going on with these arms? Hmm. Like I think it's getting lower. It's definitely not getting lower. So weird. Oh, it's got little baby arms. Yeah, I gotta increase that. That detection area is absurd. Yeah. This Y isn't doing what I think it's doing. Yeah. Hold on.
What's going on here?
It's getting overwritten. That's why. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting overwritten by this. This sucks. Hold on. This is why we want to define our constants with variables, right? I didn't even see this. The fortunate thing is it's only in one place. Let's make this lower. Because the animation is always happening. So the default, everything in this animation class is just immediately getting overridden. Okay. Let's see. If you just made your own Blender, well, relax. Time. Also, I've been talking to you half the time. Let's see. There's always some guy that's complaining. Always some guy with something to complain about. But if everything works all the time, then no one has anything to complain about, which is what I always find interesting. It's a mentality difference. Some people aren't able to just try to figure things out and look silly figuring things out. Because now I know the direction system better, the positions better. Nice. All right. Now we got some giants. So the colors of the giants messed up. And then there's the guys like me that take the hate. I get the hate. I take it. I always take it. I've been dealing with people like Will my whole life. Let's see. Now I think let's change this back to 30. Oh, are we gonna have to do some procedural generation stuff? Let's try it out. Fuck. Oh, it's just such an annoying thing to ask about. So can you? I'm not going to do level of detail right now. So I need to go into the environment system, and I need to basically say, yeah, the floor. We need to merge these two classes. Wait. This floor is messed up. Hold on a second. This isn't even. Hold on. Let me comment this out. Let's see. Yeah, this is not. We can just look at the terrain system. Do you think if you did this without you think it would be better if you did it without AI? I mean, no. Actually, I think it's faster with AI. Yeah, definitely. Do you have more complaints? Like I feel like people like you want people like me to get mad at you and yell at you, and I've done it too much. I've done it too much. Just enjoy the show. Let's see. Want a reaction? I get it. I get it. Ooh, that's a lot of roughness. So let's see how the. So I'm trying to make sure the floor. That actually, huh? That actually kind of. It's not as shiny. Nice. Okay. Anyway, all right. Let's see if we can get some procedural generating. Can you do procedural? Can you figure out a procedure? Generate systems. We can generate. Let's see. So looking at the terrain system, so we can, as you get to the edge of the ground, it generates more of the terrain. You need a noise parameter. Yeah, let's do level of detail here. Level of detail as it enters the scene. Simply generate more floor square. Hold on. Generate more in the direction player is going for. So like we can do some chunking. We're not going to do that now. So I think it's going to be a little too much for it to figure out chunking. Let's figure out how it can do this. If it can do this, that's pretty fucking cool. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sure I can make a better dude. I just started working on this. Like this is why like the the obviously you can make a better everything. If I went into Blender and spent 10 hours working on a goblin, it would be better. I don't even think I've worked on this for 10 hours. The it is faster at scaffolding stuff. The I'm not going to reply to Will. I don't think this might be an IQ thing. The but like a nice looking goblin, it wouldn't take 20 minutes. Are you retarded? You actually think in 20 minutes in Blender I would be able to make. We can try that. You could have done all this fast to yourself. I've basically only been coding myself right now. I've barely asked the LM to do anything. I asked I asked the LM to change the positioning, and then it didn't. I don't like arguing with random people on the internet, but this might be an educational moment. I don't know if you noticed what just happened, and I know you're probably just trying to round me up, but like yeah, I barely used AI for the game, but and it didn't take a long time. Like I just used it for the models basically, and the game mechanics were mostly not AI. The models I don't care about. Like, do you understand that like you can't just immediately get good look? Whatever. And yeah, it's definitely, but like for instance, for this setting up procedural generation for a map, it would take me way longer than what it's about to do right now. That's absurd. This is like clearly someone without a lot of experience in the chat starting shit. The only reason why I was manually coding for most of the time in the past like 2 hours because it wasn't able to figure out how to position it. So I was like, I don't know if you could tell, but I wasn't using the AI to position it. I was manually doing it because I tried it and then it failed. You can talk shit all you want, but this is how life is. You got to like figure out how things work. I tried the LLM and then I had to manually do it. I get you want a reaction, you got your reaction, but this is and now I'm gonna. It's like it literally just, and it's probably not gonna work at first. I would bet that I'm gonna have to debug this, and it's gonna be a process. You can complain about that, or just like watch. You are talking shit. You are because you don't know what you're talking about. I've seen it time and time again, dude. You don't like people. You don't know what you're talking about. The the I'm. It's because you don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't using the LLM well. Like if I was, yeah, it's been 2 hours and I'm showing you like a little bit of the game. It did. I don't even think I spent 10 hours on the entire game. No, maybe I spent like 2 days on the whole thing. The LLM, like the weapon generation, took some time. Um, like right now, it's generating a noise system, or like stuff like this is not easy for me to like do manually. Well, no, I'm just pissed off because like I'm trying to be productive. I, it's not, you didn't come off as mean. No, no, it's more like talking shit. It is talking shit. It's still because you don't know what you're talking about. Because I wasn't asking the LLM, and and you're like, well, this would be faster if you just manually code it while I'm manually coding it. So yeah, obviously that's annoying. Like imagine you're at your job, and like let's say you're like a plumber, and you're not using the electric drill. You're using like a or you're not. What's a better example? What's something that's like more of an automated thing? Like you're doing like you're driving, and you're in one of those like AI driving cars, and someone's basically like, oh, you should just you're a better driver than the thing, but you're not actually you're manually driving. The AI's turned off, and I'm like, yeah, I have to manually do it because the AI can't do it. Yeah, I'm. Let's see. You're manually positioning. Yeah, but you're not understanding. Like the reason why it took time to position the model, like setting up the model myself. Yeah, yeah, but the problem wouldn't exist. I know what you're saying. So you're saying that there's a problem with like, which is a good point, where like I wouldn't have to have a problem positioning the shoulder if I made the model myself. But you're largely overestimating my ability to just make models in 5 seconds. It made the model in 5 seconds. Okay, like the amount of time it took me to position the shoulders. One, it wasn't an hour, but two, it was just like a little bit of time. Like it wasn't. And also, I had to like kind of figure out how it worked. Like, and then you're talking shit basically about a process that isn't perfect. Sometimes the LLM does stuff that is unintuitive. Sometimes it doesn't. And like, dude, if I could go on the live stream and have everything and have the LLM just like AI generate everything perfectly, and I wouldn't have to spend more time, then that'd be fine. But like me just coding up the giant isn't it wouldn't it's I promise you it wouldn't be 5 seconds. And it wouldn't be 5 minutes. It wouldn't be, especially with the animation. Let me walk through. Let's do this. Let's do this. The for me to figure out the animation here and all the which I edited like once this entire time. To me to figure out the animation here for all of these parts would take me an hour at least. It also did that in a second. It's okay, Will. It's just like, and it's not even like an emotional thing. It's like I'm ju- I respond when people talk shit is basically what it is. And when because like it's like if you're sometimes things aren't perfect and you got to manually fix stuff. The AI did like a ton of shit in 5 seconds, and me spending I don't know. Yeah, I think it was 20 minutes, 30 minutes on updating the shoulders is fine because also I know how to update it now. So it'll be shorter later on. Let's see. And Unity, yeah, I think Unity's fine. Like, okay, I'll change. I'll use an entire different game engine. I guess. I don't know. Do you think that's productive? To be like, I'm trying to show people how to use Three.js, and you're like, oh well, like I think it'd be better if you. Yeah, I think it definitely would be better if I used a game engine than a non-game engine. I'm not sure if you're aware, but Three.js is not a game engine. Let's just enjoy free information, right? YouTube doesn't pay me to do this. Fuck, they pay me now. Okay? Like in the first half of the video I was explaining how game engines work because it's very intuitive in Three.js to show that. Like it's not like I even said I wouldn't well, I also like I do want to make this like legit because I think it's a cool challenge to figure out how to make a because I think browser games are fucking cool. I do want to use Three.js. I want to be very clear. Like I think it's valuable to make games with in the browser that are accessible. But like if actually needed to make like if I actually needed to make like a high production game, I wouldn't do it in the browser. But for complexity, I went through a whole thing explaining this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. So let's not just react. I am going to work on this. I'm not saying I'm not. No, I'm going to complete this game. I am going to complete it, and I think it's cool. I think working in Three.js is cool. This is another engineer thing where engineers always want the most optimal thing, but the reality is like in the browser, it's like Three.js is one of the best ways to make 3D games in the browser, and that's what I'm trying to show. Like I'm trying to show that like making accessible games in the browser, right? So you can say, "Oh, it'd be cool if this was in Unreal." It's like, yeah, okay, like a lot of things. It would be great if I wasn't using JavaScript, right? Like JavaScript kind of sucks. It'd be great if this was multi-threaded because it wouldn't be slow. Like I just okay for the future because I'm gonna fit like this is a game I'm gonna be working on, right? The when I'm like complaining about LMs and stuff, it's like it's just a funny thing. Okay, it's not. I'm not like the LM actually is very nice. It's very good. It does things super fast, and the type of problems that come up are not that big of a deal. Like I'm telling you, the amount of time it took for this giant to get made, it I could have spent an extra 2 hours just in the shoulders. Maybe not two. That's the max, but I could have spent an extra hour, and it would have been worth it. that's it's a lot, but I spent probably 30 minutes on it, on fixing the not just the shoulder but the body and the positioning, because it didn't understand these things. Now there's also a goblin. There's also an ogre. There's also a monster spawner. That this is, I think this is like half. Yeah, this is like half AI. Like there's like the destructible items. This is AI. Like this whole thing didn't even take that long. It's just this is what I'm talking about. We can't control things sometimes. Sometimes the engineer just wants it. Oh no, we need to use Unity. It's like, well, we want to have a cool. This is why I kind of like Peter Levels, because he's exactly that vibe of like, nah, dude, it's cool. Like it's not, it doesn't look that great, but he's trying to make a game, and he's doing his best, and and a lot of the feature, and he's doing it quickly. Yeah, dude, it could. With more, I don't know if you, once again, Zoomer thing. I know. So Will's like my imagine, and Will, by the way, it's all good. It's all love. It is love between me and you, Will. But I'm gonna make a point here where it's like you're saying like your imagination was getting bid, thinking it can be better. The game just started. Okay, the game just started, right? So like the I I don't know if like this. I wasn't like working on this for that long before this. Yeah, like this isn't you can have you can say what you want about like it'd be cool if you added this and this, but it's like I'm not gonna manually do all this shit when I literally just asked it to make a procedural generation. Even though you know what, I think this is simple noise. I don't know if I wanted to use this. Oh, it actually did make the simple noise. Uh, I don't know if I want to do it this way, but it's like it just immediately did it. You are backseat coding, Will, and yeah, you're backseat coding. It's okay. It's okay. We resolved the conflict. We resolved it. It's fine. But like there's a big point though. Like this is, dude. Like AI is great. like it actually is great. Like even though we got an error, but it's like for instance, right now we got an error. But does that mean it's bad? No, it can like do I not make errors when I code, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I I make a ton of errors, right? And we could just like it's an iterative process, you know what I mean? And I think we could get this. I think a browser game is fucking cool, man. I think a browser game's cool. I think we can get this cool. I think once the problem the biggest problem here, and I think it's a interesting problem because one, I'm a JavaScript guy, so I can I can probably push a little boundaries when it comes to um, doing like what we're doing right now with like procedural generation and all that. I think it'll be cool tackling the constraint of JavaScript with video games. But another one of the cool things about browsers is I can just send you this website and you'll just be able to play it immediately, right? Um, Making it look good is oh yeah, no, what I was gonna say is making it look good is there's a constraint with the multi-threading and the amount we can really render in this scene with the player movement, and that's going to be a fun thing to tackle. You know what I mean? Maybe we just have like smaller landscapes and figure that out. I don't know. We could even like that's the thing. Is like stylistically, we gotta you know make it lower polygon and all that. Hold on a sec. Oh, is this not? Yeah, I don't think this is imported. Yeah. It is imported. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. With obviously when it comes to, yeah, definitely not straight web dev, but I don't believe in binaries. I understand your thought process, but I think it's a more of like I'm not rigid. I'm not rigid. Everything is like can be utilized. Everything can be, and it's not. You can't. There comes a point where you can't have control over everything, especially when you have larger ideas. Because larger ideas, it's really hard to just be like, let me WebAssembly this entire game. Like that's why people with Kickstarter and everything, they always get into the bucket of like into like that's why like Kickstarter is barely fucking like actually work, in my opinion. With video games, is that they all the ones that really crush, that actually like sell their game and make a lot of money. Um, hey, what's up, Nitro? Holy shit, that's Nitro. Nitro, you missed a powerful debate between me and Will. But what was I saying? Yeah, I haven't live streamed in a while. I'm making a game. No, I didn't mean total control of the project. I meant total, like, I mean control over the tech in terms of like it's hard to just like build everything from scratch. Basically, is what I mean. Often, so this is why a lot of people don't like yourself probably don't like Python, right? Because Python, you're always in this state. Like the reason why I don't care that I'm like generating fucking um like LLM slop and fixing it is because Python to me is that like Python, you're just constantly battling LLM slop. It's not LLM, but like you're constantly battling this like nonsense that you're pulling. Um, yeah, hating compromises, which engineers like yourself are like, is leads to sterility. It leads like you can't create with that, um, because you don't like with that mentality. You get hired by people that, I'm being real, like if for your career, like you won't be able to be independent with that mentality. You'll get hired by people that are able to sacrifice. Um, that like that's not good. That's like like being able to, you have to be able to compromise. Yeah, many artists should. Many artists should. But let's see. And there's gonna be some of these streams where we get the whole procedural generating system down. Yeah, no, you're right. So the Nitro Python said the worst part about people using Python comes from not understanding basic CS concepts. If you don't understand byte level stuff, global, local memory, yeah, it's definitely a problem. If the first language you learn is Python, that's kind of a problem. And I mean, really learn. I would say that's definitely a problem if your first language is Python. I'm not talking about being compromising of quality and design. I'm talking about balance, right? I'm not talking about quality and design. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you can't just build the whole thing in assembly is what I'm talking about. I mean, you have to let go of like, um, full control of the system, if that makes sense. Like it's when I say control, I don't mean just someone else. Are you sure great artists don't have balance? Michael Jordan definitely had balance. Obsession. I'm not saying don't be obsessed. I'm not. When I say balance, I'm not saying everything needs to be balanced. I'm just saying specifically in the because yeah, Michael Jordan didn't have balance. That's not what I'm talking about. Like I'm saying specifically when it comes to in the context of like you have to finish a project. It's interesting, you're interested in it, and you have a lot of different tools. That's what I'm talking about. There's balance in tools. Like you can use like sometimes you have to use tools that make things more difficult like that over time are gonna cause tech debt. You do you do have to do that and especially in software, and that's something that you know you can just tell someone's not going to be able to lead a team if they can't understand that because they're too dogmatic. It's like um yeah, exactly. People have the same problem when compilers took over assembly and the compiler language took over assembly. And then when high level, you don't think people had a problem with like with your disposition here, Will, no one would ever like Java would never exist. You know what I mean? When I think balance, I think compromise to normal conformity, do what is readily available path to save effort at the cost of ultimate quality. At some point, you always have to sacrifice something that you want, right? Like the thinking that's the it's the tragic hero. It's like it's just it's symbologically just a thing that exists. When you have that mentality, you'll always fail. Like you'll always fail if you're not able to let go a little bit of not a little bit let go of your dogma about things, right? Like and and I'm not saying like the hardest decision. I'm not saying you have to make things bad, but what I'm saying is like I've had so many times, even recently, where it's like you're pruning something, and this is a project that went viral, where it's like I'm pruning, and then it's like, oh, but like, fuck, I need to do this, I need to do this, and but the timing was right, and it had to get posted. Isn't my dogma? What do you mean? My dogma is what I'm saying right now. I would say the dogma is definitely believing that you like. I guess what I'm saying is so dogma is more so like you're kind of what's the best way to put it? Oh no, I'm not saying you should give up what you believe I'm not saying that. No. You don't have to. You don't have to like give up what you're. I'm actually yeah. I'm not trying to like press my beliefs. I'm just trying to give you a perspective. I think it's very valuable, but like uh, that's not dogma. No, that's just like an opinion, right? Like I would say the dogma is more like you're kind of always leaning on understanding like outside understanding and kind of forcing it into things. So it's like it becomes a fixation, like um yeah, no, I'm not. I definitely don't want to change how you think about it. I'm just definitely not. I'm just saying yeah, no, I hope that's not I'm not coming across. I'm just we have different perspectives about that. But I just think it's important. I mean, as like this is my show, so I'm like I'm making a statement about how you definitely need compromise and like you don't want to get too bogged down in tech, man. And that's my perspective. People are gonna have different perspective, but from seeing what works and like people that are successful and seeing like the projects I've had that didn't work out and ones that did work out, I've always had a moment where I was like, I just gotta let it rip, right? Or I've had a moment where I'm like, oh, like it's not perfect, or like this. There's always sacrifices because the work, like time itself, is a constraint. Like everything, the like everything. There's just natural constraints that the reason why I think it is dogma to think otherwise is because there's natural constraints that are God given. There's like natural things in the world, and like time, like some things need to get finished, right? Like there's physical constraints, like you don't have enough energy, power. Um, there's not enough manpower. Like these constraints are always going to get to the point where you have to make a decision. The decision is like all the constraints in the world are all like the givens for how you make decisions. And I think not wanting to compromise leads to us being very like perfectionist. Um, and I think the perfection obsession is big. It's big in tech and it's big in engineers and types where it's like you want to do everything in assembly. And I've always thought that's partially why I stream fucking like doing some thing in Python. And like I never had that like, because I always saw through that where, because I would be on teams with people where, one guy has his way that he thinks is perfect, and the reasonings are always the same. It's always because of what he wants. And then you can always, and people like that, they never are thinking about the greater team, the greater goals, the greater everything. And I'm not saying Python's better than like other languages or anything, but it's like, it's good to kind of show people you can kind of do something. You could be productive in like using these types of languages, like using, like you don't have to fixate on minutia and having control of every little detail. In the end of the day, it is kind of just input and output. Do people like the pixels on the screen? You know what I mean? And not just pixels on the screen, but it's like mathematically, like it's like, and you're an assembly guy, you know that like at the end of the day, bytes are just bytes. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's segment faults. There's pagination errors, right? Like there's issues, like there's deeper issues that we kind of like push away um in compiler world. But you know, you at some point you have to make a sacrifice. But anyway, uh we're all going to die at some point, so we have to make decisions now, even if they aren't exactly what we want. Yeah, exactly. And death is the ultimate constraint, dude. Well, not only does programming not matter, like I mean, like it all like to think even broader about it. It all this came from a tragedy. Like computing itself is came from war to kill the Germans. Like code cracking, like this type of stuff. Like the advent of computing information technology was very military oriented. It was very much about like killing people, but like the fruits of it is good. Like um there's video games and shit, like, but also it can be bad. It can be bad because social media and all this, but like also you can play Fallout. You know what I mean? You can play Call of Duty. It's awesome. But like the I guess the in the grand scheme of things, like there's no. That's why I think when people are like, oh, but like you have to do it this way, it's always like, yeah, but you also just need to get results. You also just need to get it done, and also what you need to get done. Often figuring out what that is the hard part, and that's why like people they shit on the ideas guy, but the ideas guy knows what to do. You don't. You get hired by the ideas guy, and you should be humbled by that. There shouldn't be the ego of like I'm better than him because I read a book about C. You know what I mean? Like I've seen that so many times with people like that. Their careers just like go nowhere. Um, Technically, if you really care about the issues, you technically can use C types in Python. If you're trying to be more of a purist, yeah, you can do whatever you want, but is it going to work, right? The tech doesn't even matter. It's all experience. What's inside the box doesn't matter. It's what it does, but it was very mathematical. Now it's social and entertainment. Well, that's the forces of the market, right? We have our GDPR is tied to consumer confidence. It's not tied to, it's not tied to numbers working well as much as it used to be. Like it used to be we have a manufacturing arm in our economy, and we need these computing devices to literally make shit like function. Like we need to understand the logistics of everything. We still have that, and we still obviously need that, but the function of computing right now in society is largely around how do we boost consumer confidence, right? The ads. How do we figure out why people click on things and get people to click on things, Um, that's the core of it. Like how do we get impressions, click through rates, influencers, like who can align banking interests with a consumer? Uh, yeah, it's kind of dark, but it's true. Like I'd rather teach an ideas guy how to program than get ideas from some programmer. That's smart. That's smart. By the way, are you familiar with the Truffle project? No, what's the Truffle project? I think I'll finish the procedural. This is a good conversation. I think I'll finish the procedural generation next stream, maybe tomorrow. I should do that. It's gonna not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. Just a little. I did already do it actually, but it was too slow. Once again, that would have taken me a lot longer than it did to do it. But what's the Truffle project? You tell me what it is. I'm not looking it up. I'm not looking it up. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, there is a games are the way, man. LLM based OS. I'm not looking it up. That's stupid. Who an LLM based OS? Like who cares? No, I mean no offense to you, Nitro. I just mean like I just think that's silly. I don't know. The idea of like AI generating stuff on your OS is cool. What's cool is someone was demoing me this. They have like agents running terminal commands, right? Like so doing stuff on your computer. The my perfectionist brain can't comprehend the pace of adding procedural generation this early. Yeah, I mean this one isn't at the fix and bugs here, but I did actually just like generate. It was too slow though. It was too slow. There's a big problem with it. I mean, before you know what, I'm actually going to undo this because let's actually not just do this immediately. Before I do this, um, let's not do this. We should. I'm gonna like I'm saying we, but like off the thing, I'm gonna actually plan it out because like I shouldn't just like fucking a vibe code that. It's a little bit bigger of it. You're right. Yeah, I need to work on game mechanics before I do that. Yeah, like the gun animations, the sword animations are still messed up. Um, it's just going to be too much before doing that. But it's basically what you're saying. AI agents. Oh, okay. So it's like AI agents that. I mean, that's fine. I see what you're saying. I was thinking you were saying something else. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't think people. I think people are, including myself, are overestimating AI assistants. I've done that because I've seen like a lot of um I've seen a lot of these like deep, or what's it called, deep research and all that, like in my own thing. Um but the problem is, especially like it really blew my mind when I saw people prompt things. And I was like, wow, people don't know what the fuck. Like this is like not, we're not at a point where AI is intuitive. There's still a the AI assistant of like whatever all the things you get a virtual agent to do, I think is very valuable for it. Like I think it's super valuable to have that automated, but I just think the function of the economy is going to change so much because like in five, this is where I'm talking about the web 1, 2, 3, 4.0 stuff. The economy is moving in such a strange way that I just don't see there being in 5 years, like Airbnb would look the same if we have AI agents just running around doing everything. And like, so I think the nature of how we post on the internet, things that are posted, is going to change so much. I don't think it's going to be that valuable to like have AIs operating on the internet as someone that made an AI browser company, right? I just don't think it's that valuable. Do you take equity? Um, I don't. What? In what? In my life? You trying to buy me? Huh? Do you take equity? Am I your slave, Jason? You're like, how much? You just see a black guy on a stream and you're like, yeah, how much? And is my CEO a fraud? I'm just playing with you, Jason. Um, uh, um, you're gonna have to ask Jack about that. I'll take maybe. I'll have to think about that. How's the episode going? How's the first episode? Let's see. Do I ever mess around with VR? Um, it's a deal. Wait, I didn't wait. It's a deal. Wait, no, no. I don't know what deal you think I just made. I'm like, first you're like, do you take equity? I'm like, I'm not for sale. I'm not your slave. Then he's like, it's a deal. What the fuck? Epic. Nice, nice. I don't like VR. I think VR is retarded, honestly. When I see VR, I think that's silly. I think that's really dumb. Whenever I see VR, I've only ever thought it was stupid. That's like the one thing I think. I'm a Luddite about VR, and And I think even though I was so gung ho about like AI agents running the world, dude, I don't know. Honestly, at this point, I think things are going to change so much in the next few years. We're basically not going to have a currency. I don't have to get into it, but like we're going to be in a deflationary period. So like I don't even know if people are going to care. Like I think it's more likely we're going to have a mass exodus from the internet than anyone caring about any of this shit. I think people are still going to want to like search. I don't know how you say uh can I post the Discord? Uh, aren't you in the Discord? I don't know how you say video games are great then hate VR. VR isn't a you can there's been video games way before VR. VR is like no, I don't want that. I don't want to like actually like be that close in the game. I, it looks silly. It looks silly. By the way, it's not purely an OS per se. They're also selling a computer, but the OS is an AI agent. I get you think it's dumb, but thought sorry. I'm just calling shit dumb. It's probably cool. I didn't look into it at all. So I'm just talking shit. I actually don't know. Like it could be the most amazing thing ever. Um, yeah. So sometimes it can be a little intense. I'm sure it's fine. Have you ever played a game in VR? Um, no, no. I think someone demoed a game for me in VR. I, I don't like whenever I see it, I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. You know what it is? I see people playing VR, and I'm like, well, I'd fucking kill myself if I looked like that. Like, I would actually shoot myself in the head. Like if I had a picture of myself in VR with like we or I don't know what people would do anymore, but like Wii controllers or something, like I'd be okay. Well, I'm just gonna kill myself. Like it looks so bad, like stupid. I just don't like the aesthetics of it. It has nothing to do with the functionality of it. I'm sure VR is so cool, but like I just don't masturbate like like at all. Honestly, like I'm not a masturbator, so I'm not super into that. Like I don't identify with like like you know jerking off. Is YouTube gonna still pay me for this? I'm only here for the money, guys. Strictly here. I got like I'm only streaming because YouTube paid me the other day, and I was like, oh shit. When I see a guy playing VR, I'm like, dude, that guy's search history must be nuts. But when I see a guy just playing like a video game with a controller, I'm like, well, I don't know, just a normal person. Maybe this is the big generational divide, like the Zoomers, because I'm on the border, a Zoomer, uh, millennial. Uh, I think the Zoomers are like VR is great. No, no, that's not true. I actually think more Zoomers would not like VR. Zoomers are kind of cool. Zoomers are kind of cool. Like millennials are basically like millennials are gay, but they're also retarded. What's happening with AI overshadows cool tech stuff that was happening 3+ years ago. Like VR is just pixels that are really close to your face. Yeah, that's how it feels like, Sammy B. It feels like it's literally just like putting VR in your face. Is that Apple thing still a thing? That the Apple do people use that Apple VR? Is this Oh, this wasn't a flop. Do people actually use this? I've never seen this. This is not Steve Jobs would never do this shit. Steve Jobs would never do that shit. I think they discontinued the Apple thing. Yeah, no, I would never use that. I would. It's like, okay, cool. The AI stuff. I think what AI does. Speaking of slavery, I think AI is gonna basically the big thing of it, which put your money in this. I've been right about a lot, by the way. You go to my streams a year and a half ago, I was right about everything. Almost 2 years, year and a half. I was right about everything. The the like I'm gonna go get to that in a sec, Will. But like the dude, what the fuck was I talking? Oh yeah, the big thing with AI is gonna be everyone's going to have their own slave. I already see it now. I'm using cursor because the thing is AI is good at small decisions. Like writing an email is decision making. It's a low level form of decision making. High level form of decision making is basically like am I gonna like life stuff, like big stuff, and also like will I hire this person? You know what I mean? Like should I hire this person? But like writing an email, these are small like decisions that you make. There are decisions. It's not just automation. AI being automation is not the core of it, right? Like the core of it is the decision making, offloading it. Yeah, there's automation aspect, but the you don't have to take care of a decision and it's something beneath you. That's the core of it. It's like I don't like ChatGPT can do these things so I can make the big boy decisions. We're gonna have a generation of big boys that think they're fucking like basically slave masters. And I'm all for it, dude. I'm all for it. Anyway, so you ever shoot somebody in VR? It's fun. How about in real life? Just kidding. Hey, that's not. No, no. This is a coding stream. This is not. There's no violence here. Okay. No, no. This is very like safe environment. It's not kid friendly. It's like it's 18 friendly. Okay. This is like this is a very cool place. This is a very cool place. We don't shoot people. We can talk about statistics, but I don't think you're ready for that, and I still want YouTube to pay me. So you know the I'm not gonna get into politics. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, VR is ridiculous, dude. VR is ridiculous. Yeah, whenever I see VR, I'm just like, just burn it. I'm like, we went too far. I actually think VR is worse than AI. Yeah, everyone's freaking out about generative AI. I think generative AI is awesome. I'm like, IP's stupid. Like it's a boomer invention. The Let's say, okay, cool. You like no one can use Mickey Mouse. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. Who cares? Who cares if you use the image of things people made? It's not. These are all things under God. It's like they're not. They're just images. Like I think the IP changing is good and being unleashed. I think it's good right now. And like the whole but you AI generated this and like someone else drew that picture. It's like, okay, does Hollywood for every movie, how many movies do in the credits do they say, oh, this scene was inspired by Hitchcock? I've never seen that. How many people stole the creativity? You know what I'm saying? Like they're not stealing it, but that's the same rhetoric. It's like these AIs, they're trained on the data. They're not like literally copying it. It's actually more in line with inspiration than it is copying, you know. It's not inspiration because it's not a person. Only people can be inspired, but training an LLM is more in line with inspiration um, than it is copying. You know, so it just is like it's literally not copying because it doesn't learn. It learns patterns from things. It doesn't learn the thing. You know, so anyone who's like worried about generative AI, I'm like, you just don't understand how it works. You just see things that look nice, that look like art, and then you're basically being duped by it. Um, like I'm a software engineer as well, and learning some new frame. Dude, I'm a software engineer. I'm not a software. I'm a vibe engineer. I just vibe. I just pop into what I don't know how to code. Don't look at my YouTube. I go into Cursor and I'm like, just make it, figure it out. And then Will yells at me because I should just be doing everything manually. That's my career, guys. YouTube's officially paying me. My career is to tell Cursor to yell at Cursor, and then Will in the chat, people in the chat, yell at me because I'm yelling at Cursor. Like I'm a software engineer as well, and learning some new framework feels like it's gonna be a waste of time when a bot is just gonna do it better in a couple years. Uh, yeah, well, it's so funny you said that. So okay, let's talk about it because there's this idea. I thought, I guess this stream we're gonna maybe I should get some raw honey to refuel. Um, let's talk about the whole idea that like you shouldn't code because in the future the everything's going to be automated. So you said something interesting right now. You're like, I don't want to learn because everyone feels this right now, where they're like, I don't want to learn stuff because it feels like it's going to be a waste of time when a bot is just going to do it better in a couple of years. A waste of time. Let's think about what that is. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but as a software engineer, Sammy B, you are hired to get things that are a waste of time and basically eradicate them. You're supposed to make things become a waste of time over time. The more you like, it's so funny. Because I've been basically doing this for a decade, right? Since I was like in high school, professionally, right? Uh, and ever since then, I've always found it interesting when I see new technologies come out and like there's new ways of like, oh, but like this way is oh no, this way is gonna make things like more shitty, like slop. Like this is gonna, Next is an example of that. Like Next is the first slop. No. React is like the first slop. It's like, oh no, but like the code base is like this is because there's like magic in React hooks. That was the thing. People were like, React hooks is like kind of magical. Like 2018. And it's just funny to me because it's like the whole like you're hired to take people's jobs. That's the whole point of IT. Like you're hired to like find these manual processes and eat it. And it's like, oh, but it's like it's a waste of time because AI is going to do that. It's like people just figured out macros for software engineers. That's all it is like, and it's awesome. Like the way you've been writing macros to take people's jobs for so long in different ways. Now there's just a software engineer macro. And it's awesome. I want one guy and 20 agents instead of a team of 20 devs. No, you don't. What you just said is you want to be in control of 20 decision makers. Okay, when you hire, so like when you hire a developer, they often aren't like the decisions they're making are way different than an agent. You don't have to be in full control of a lot of someone you're hiring very much. What you really mean is you just want one dev instead of 20 devs. You want one dev with 20 agents, or one dev with 10, like two devs. You know what I mean? Like I know I'm picking at what you're saying. I'm picking at what you're saying, but I just think it's not like the idea that we're just going to have companies that are agents is a little misguided. As much as we're just not going to have a large chunk of the economy. That's what's going to happen, and that's going to be way more intense than just like people are going to get fired. People always get fired. There's always swings in terms of hiring and jobs changing. That's what happened in the 90s. Tons of people lost their jobs and then they went into IT. That's happened to my parents, right? Well, they just went into IT. I don't know if it was like lost job. I think they were too young to have lost anything, but like that's basically what happened though. Like is people like the market moves and swings, but now we're in more of like an industrial revolution period where it's like, okay, we're just not going to do farming anymore. That's wild, right? That's nuts. We're in like a position where like a sector is getting eaten. And the difference here is we don't actually like there's a good chance there isn't another sector. You want to see some crazy shit? There's a good chance there isn't just like like after we eat the knowledge services thing that we have, there's a good chance there's not going to be another thing. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be apocalyptic, but it's just that I think things are going to get wild. But you're still going to have people using agents and shit. It's just going to look different. That's that's why you got to make games, bro. I'm so into like making games. I think making games uh is so cool. I know Will's like, why isn't it a why doesn't it look like Fallout? Even though I started working on it like today. Not today, but like, like earlier this week. Why don't you just use this other game engine that's it's like, okay. Yeah, why is it not 4D? Um it's funny. LOL, I agree. It's going to be cool in the long term, but the anxiety comes from the turmoil in the short term. As everything, yeah, yeah. Will's like, "Where's the multiplayer?" He's like, "You could be doing better." I think you're actually. He's like, "I think you're underestimating yourself. You should have multiplayer." It's like, okay, let me just do multiplayer. All right. Um, but the anxiety comes from the turmoil in the short term as everything is disruptive. AI is like if 1 million H1B dudes show up and show out for $1 an hour. I love that you said that, Sammy B. Sammy B, you're cool. Dude, the H1B thing is such horseshit, man. Dude, I haven't streamed in a bit, so I got a lot to say. I got a lot. Maybe this is gonna be a long one. Maybe I'll actually get back into coding after some rants. Let's talk about H1B. Dude, when I saw the people's reaction, they actually like that black pilled me. Seeing people's reaction to H1B and like not like because people don't even know what it is. People don't, like people are like, oh, you hate immigrants. That's like the first reaction to it. It's like, oh, why do you hate immigrants? It's getting fucking dark. People are like, why do you hate immigrants? Let's see this Jesus prayer. Let's do a prayer. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. You know what I'm saying, though? Dude, my lighting sucks. Wait, why don't I just put the light on? It's fine. I'm just, I probably look like I'm in a fucking basement. But yeah, the H1B thing was so ridiculous to me, dude. It was so ridiculous because it's like, I need to stop saying it's like, but H1Bs are basically a war issue. It's like invasion. I'll be a boomer. I'll say it. But you can't have both. You can't be mad that you're not getting hired, like you white guys. You can't be mad, the liberal white guys who are like, I did everything right and they didn't let me into Stanford. You can't be mad at that and be pro H1B. If you're not even white, if you're an American, because like there's American, like being an American, there is there's just like a genuine economic like you're just always going to require more money. The H1B thing is like it's for non-immigrants. It's not an immigrant. It's not for immigrants. That's another thing people never understand. They're like, oh, but it's literally not for immigrants. It's for non-immigrant status individuals to basically be shipped from their country that doesn't work to this country that works better to work and get paid less than the people that in the home country that were trained. That's what it's for. The tech slave driver masters use it. Should I use like slave rhetoric now? No, I shouldn't use. That's like you know, it's like victim shit. But you get what I'm saying. Like there's a it's so fascinating to me where I think people don't fully understand. Everyone wants to do the liberal like nice thing, mostly because they're stupid, in my opinion. Like they can't. I think a lot of stupidity is like you have to be protected intellectually in a situation. It's like a survival thing because I don't think this, but like literally like intelligence is an adaptation for survival, right? Like when someone can think for themselves, it's you're actually like tuned to like win in situations and survive. And like I think there's like a leaning to like groupthink and like oh, but like we want the nice thing, like the we want the it's the slave morality thing. It's like we want the like the weak person needs to be helped, and it's like okay, but if you do this enough, you won't have a coherent nation. Is the problem, and it's not about like hating Indians or anything. We can talk about why cultures aren't equal. That's a whole other thing. But like the main problem is simply because if you are have no borders, if you have no like nationalistic orientation in your policies, if you're not like our nation's better and our people are better, and we need to have precedence over the young men that get and women that get trained in our country to do things in the market. If you don't have a precedent over that, then you're not going to have a nation. And we're seeing that. We're seeing, and it's part of the reason why the birth rate's low is that we've deprioritized American men to such an extreme degree that like you have to basically be like a degenerate influencer to be a viable like to not be like cocked by the government basically. Um, it's not good. It's like the chill class where you can shoot the shit with your friends, get filled up with desperate dudes asking for more homework. It's a race to the bottom. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's such a good point. Yeah, it's like the logical end of that is like no one has to care. And but so the interesting point of what you're saying is like that class existing, like, is basically the liberal framework, is that we have the class so people can waste the time. We have the chill class so people can waste the time and not be productive because we need them there for a certain amount of time. And we need to pull the resources from the other classes so this chill class can waste time and not do their homework. And the more, and we need to like, and so what happens is more people, so the cycle of society is those kids don't learn anything and they grow up and have kids, don't teach them anything. And then that in 20 years, that room size gets too big. And then you need to have more chill classes in the school that don't care about anything to fill up with the kids that are raised by the kids from those classes. And then the resources from the people who actually are productive, more of it has to get pulled. And eventually you have the productive, like students getting eaten by the chill classes. And eventually your entire school is just one big chill class where no one gives a fuck. And they just do whatever and no one cares. And their parents don't care because their parents are them. And we're like generationally like 3.5, generations down that line. It's not going to look good. And I think our economy is like, I don't think like literally our economy is a fractal reality of that. So we have a situation where in our economy, and I know this because like I do business with people that are like lower level and higher level, like people that have money and don't, and I can see how they kind of operate now, the way the economy works. And we're having this situation where with AI and with a lot of this stuff where people are more protective with their money, consumer confidence is going down. And I think, this whole industrial revolution thing where you have, okay, things were good with farming and all this. And now we have these machines that we don't have to do this type of labor anymore. We have this seamless transition to a new form of an economy. We're not going to have that now when we eat from the service economy, basically. So, I think like, and it's not even like a doomer thing because I think something really great's going to come out of it, but it's not going to be what you want. It's not going to be that you can just get free shit and get. And I've seen it because I started in last year. I started this meetup in Philadelphia, and dude, it was such a blackpilling like experience where I was like, first, like I wanted to create an environment where um young people like 25 to 35, like the young type of professionals could kind of go and like, it was like a coffee and code thing, could go and like code and like be around other like precocious people. But the more I was engaged in that and the more I like used that, the more I kind of saw this like, there's something happening in our generation where there's this alienation. There's two parts to it. So there's this alienation where especially men, but also women are just so ostracized from the social fabric of society. And a lot of it there is an alienation of labor, which has happened, especially in our service, like office based economy. Everyone's intelligent, right? Everyone has to think and then produce things from their thoughts, which is new. Everyone's a knowledge worker. And it creates this stratified economy. And the meetup blew up, right? And I would notice that there's this, it was almost like dark because I'd go to the meetup and I would see like, there's really needy people, especially like these guys that want, because there's women that are going and like they're like staring at women, wanted attention, which is another psychological thing, like wanting family. Like we don't have families anymore. But there's also another side of it. That's like, that was pissing me off. But like the other part of it was like, I noticed people didn't have agency. And it was like, I almost saw like there's this generational thing happening where most people are not raised. It's the classroom analogy I was using, where it's like people aren't raised with this hierarchy to like move forward and achieve because they don't have to. We were the society we're raised nurtures people past into adulthood, and and the one main problem is like that nurturing infantilizes people. And I would like talk to people and be like, basically, this is how you do it. Like, if you want to start a company, you want to like get into tech, you want to learn language, this is how you do it. And people would be like, yeah, that makes sense. But I would see like this almost this sentiment of like, oh, but what are you like? You almost like that I should do that for them, but not even me. Like, not like in an offensive way at all, but like almost like they have no means of doing anything about that. So I saw a lot of people trying to take advantage um, of not just me, but like other people as well. Of like people just wanting because they wanted access to some money, to some like opportunity, networking opportunity. That's what the networker like. I noticed a lot of narcissism, and I noticed I was like inviting a ton of narcissists in my life, basically. I mean, the meetup's still like going on, like other people are running it, but it's just flooded with narcissism. And I noticed like, and that's just a greater thing in tech of like when you have the society that doesn't nurture people to be independent, you have a ton of mini narcissists that want, and the influencer thing, that's another why I kind of stopped streaming, is I didn't want to contribute to like the influence hierarchy. You know, I was like, I don't want to like influence even at a low level. It's like, I want people to like really be able to have the agency that I was able to develop when I was younger. And it's dude, it honestly pains me a little. Like I'll see people that just don't have that level of it. And or if they do, it's because they just want money. They don't have like a creative spark. They don't have like, they're just chasing money because it'll get them pussy, or they're chasing pussy, or they're doing, there's like hierarchies of it, or they want to like be like whatever thing you're trying to worship. And dude, yeah, man, it was like, um, it was just like it was like it was kind of like because it was like I was like the thing people need is like social groups and like this community, and I realized, man, it's just that's not the case. That's not even what'll help it. There's like a deeper issue in society where no matter what, people need God. Really, that's like I'll be real about it. Like the people need Jesus. Like they need to see the way of life. And I know that's cringe, or oh that's cringe, or but like you don't even know, dude. Like anyone who thinks that is cringe, it's like you'll be surprised how little anything from the world can actually help you. You'll be surprised how little like you can like get all the I've seen it, dude. Like people get all the money and everything and the perfect life. I remember like someone said it really interesting, where it's like the life you're picturing in your mind that you want is really just what's like going to happen when you die. Like, and often like we're trying to chase things so we can die. You don't even know. That's why like a lot of people, they get married and they have the kids, and then they feel empty because it's like they're dead. They chased after something that wasn't and it's a beautiful thing. Family's a beautiful thing, but family's a gift. When you the things you chase after, that's lust. And when you get it, it's a form of death. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. Um, historically, the gains get concentrated to the people who own shit, but I guess the hope is that there is so much value generated by bots that it won't matter. Yeah, but that's such a short part of the cycle, right? Like we're in a part of the cycle where bots are generating things and using things, but it's a part of like the economic cycle. we were in. So the reason why this is like not concerning, but something you should think about, all the bots taking over the internet, um, is that's happened already. So that happened with the AI generated um, world. I mean, not AI generated. That happened with the big data world we had. That happened for 20 years, 10, 15 years. Like it's really since the beginning of Facebook. We already had a cycle of like content generation, figuring out how to use it, the patterns, and then how to like plug systems in around it, to tooling around it. We're having that happen really fast right now with AI agents. And it's just a part of a cycle that's going to result in more data. To put it simply, basically, the things we're doing with AI agents right now are probably not going to work in 2 years because the entire foundation of the internet is going to change. So think about what would happen in 2 years, right? Uh, yeah, no, it was a cool thing. I just will no, the meetup was cool, and until I really kind of saw like it wasn't. Um, because there's a difference between a community and social groups. I can talk about that in a sec. Dude, I just watched Evangelion. That's so funny. I just watched Evangelion, dude. Evangelion is great. I saw it like a few months ago. It actually blew my mind how cool it was. But it was like the ending was like absurd. I know the whole movie end of Evangelion seemed like he was probably a little pissed off when he made that. It was the psychology of it's really interesting because it is this like it is basically like it's very Christian. It's very like there's like a renewal, a regeneration of there's a rebirth in it. The entire thing is about like death and rebirth and being in the womb. It's very like psychosexual like that where yeah, dude, Evangelion's nuts. I was like, wow. Um Yeah, it's actually yeah, it is art, and it's not. It's so funny because like it's not degen, even though it has like some weirdness to it, but the weirdness is actually legit. Super like psychological because it's like it's in fact he's like 14 is super significant. He's like going through puberty. It's very much like a there's like the basically like the biting of the fruit is kind of where he's what he's going through. Um, we're not all dead. We're in our flesh. You have to die in your flesh though to reach transcendence. And might as well enjoy life. Yeah, of course you should enjoy life. But also there is a reality to life where you're probably going to get persecuted. And if you're on some sort of good path, you'll probably face stuff that's not great. The hedonistic mentality that the pagan hedonistic mentality was fine for in Rome, but there's a reason why that people move to monotheism, and it's because eventually you realize, oh wait, I can't like the more I do what I want, the worse thing. Like in the long run, the worse things end up. There's a greater thing, and also it's about sacrifice. So hedonism. Often and also like paganism it's basically about having many gods, so it's like, oh, I'll sacrifice to this god today and this god. Yeah, is it the best anime? I don't know. Berserk's pretty good. I'm always Dragon Ball's my shit. Whenever I have someone talk about high level concepts in the way that you were related to society psychology, I always know they'd appreciate Evangelion. Yeah, yeah, Evangelion's awesome. When I think about Evangelion, I'm always like, yeah, man, there's something about rebirth 100% in it. Like it's a because there's also this idea in symbology, but also like literature Jonathan Pajot is a really good resource on this stuff, but there's like a literature concept where, I mean, not literature, sorry, mythology and symbology concept where it's almost like you also see it in posture too, but it's like we kind of start in the womb and end in the womb almost. There's like our birth is like a mirror to our death. How it's like we grow up and we live life, and then eventually when we die, we kind of get infantilized again. You know, everyone starts taking care of us. Our posture gets like this, you know. And I think the cool thing about Evangelion is that it was so like the cycle of life and death. It was just such an intense part of it, and it's also kind of about the end of days in the world. Like at least it felt like that. Like when you're watching it, I was like, this is like the end of the world. It felt like that. I know that it might not be the story, but the fact like these angel things. I mean, these basically demons. Like it seemed almost like a Revelation esque world, dude. Evangelion was wild, dude. Evangelion was really cool. Fights were cool. Um, what's the best anime though? I don't know if that's the best one. Yeah, I can't. It didn't doesn't end well, so maybe it just ends like halfway through the fucking show. That's the problem with Evangelion is it just kind of just ended, right? Ghost in the Shell movie's cool. I didn't like that it wasn't. I didn't like the narrative in it. Honestly, it was just not like about like anything. I know that's like such a funny thing to say, but Evangelion was at least like it was about like this kid's maturation. The When I see Ghost in the Shell, I'm like, so like there's no main character. I know the girl kind of is, but I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but it didn't feel like there was like a real like the narrative was. Yeah, Kira's my favorite movie of all time. By the way, I saw that when I was like 12. Changed my life. I was yeah. It's not that coherent. Yeah, yeah. Kira's so good. Talk about movies about life and death. That movie's wild. Well, the movie's kind of like about the birth of the universe. Akira's wild. Um, yeah, man, Akira's nuts. I'm mostly just streaming just so I can like get back into the groove of things. Because the thing about streaming is, like, I was in such a flow with it. You do need to like trigger that again. So I'm probably gonna like just stream more and like get used to talking and shit. Um, Shooting the shit for a bit. I'll code for the first half and then shoot the shit for the second half. Akira is definitely a what the fuck movie. Yeah, Akira is wild. Akira is one of those movies where it's yeah, it's like it's one of those movies where it's kind of like Final Fantasy VII, where like you think it's about this cool shit, and it is, but like it becomes so psychological. Uh, I love that about it, where it's like, oh, cool bikers, and then you're like, okay, what the fuck? Like this is wild. Um, yeah, Final Fantasy VII is probably my that's one of my favorite stories ever. I know that's super basic, but like it's just and the soundtrack for it is just so wild. Dude, maybe this game should be a should I make this an RPG? I want to make an RPG with like AI generated content and stuff. Like AI generated and stuff. Like the way I'm doing AI generated weapons. That'd be cool. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, RPGs are my favorite game. But the cool thing about Final Fantasy VII is it's just so it's kind of the perfect story about a hero. Yeah, maybe I can use a Minecraft inspired world. That'll help with the polygon stuff. Mm. I mean, like it's like slow is what I mean. Like Three.js is just slow. That's what I mean by polygon stuff. I meant low poly. Um, yeah, interesting. Interesting. Anyway, guys. All right. You heard me yap for long enough. All right, I'll see you. It's great talking. Next up, I'm just gonna keep working on this game until it's good. All right, see ya.